Sunday evening, everybody. I am Mac, and I am back with another live stream for you guys. As you know, we are a week away from the first Sunday of the NFL for 2023. We made it through summer. It is September. It's my favorite time of the year, man. It's just incredible. As always, do me a favor, like, comment, subscribe, follow on Instagram, link in the box below. And aside me on my right side, camera's flip, but he is on my right side. I got loyal subscriber of mine, a great friend of mine who is part of the Sports Wave Network, which I'll be mentioning in a little bit. Diehard Houston fan, like I'm a Pittsburgh guy. You want some great Astros content. You want some great Texans content, Rockets content, and even some great college football content. Go sum up. I got my man Coach Dante, the sports library, on here. How's it going, brother?
Hey, man, it's going great. It's an honor, man, to be up here with you. One of my favorite content creators, the day that I checked you out when you was ranting about the Pirates and stuff, it's just funny, entertaining, man. So it's an honor to be up here with one of my favorite content creators, man, that I actually respect and show love to. I just love the videos and the energy that you bring, God. You just a diehard fan. You passionate about your team and you want your team to win, and that's just how I am, man. Like I said, I ain't as passionate as you, but hey. But like I said, I appreciate you because you want your team to win, and your team hasn't won in a little while and stuff like that. Pittsburgh is on the upcome, but I enjoy watching every single last one of your videos, man. I just enjoy it, man. I'm just a big fan of you.
I appreciate the love, brother, as always. It just kind of seems like everybody's first video of me is some kind of rant about the Pirates. So, we did take St. Louis to the woodshed. We went 9-4 against those bitches this year, man. I love it. So, took 2 out of 3 against them in Busch, and yeah, man, it looks like the Texans. I don't know if they're I don't know if you guys are bad enough to be the worst team, but it seems like they've made some progress in the offseason. But yeah, the Texans, I wouldn't call them a complete, for lack of a better phrase, dumpster fire.
Yeah.
But, I think they got some good draft capital along the way. The Rockets, they blew it up a couple years ago, so it's going to be a bit of a process for them. And then, of course, you got the Houston Astros, who are just in my opinion, they're the cream of the crop of not just the American League, but the entire league. They're the defending champs. I know the Mariners came out of nowhere. They're leading the West right now, but I'm never counting out the Astros, man.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I know right now, last time I checked, we was up 1-0 against the Yankees. But anyway, we lost a series to them. But other than that, I know they saying the Mariners in first place. The Mariners won 21 games in a month. Yeah. Julio Rodriguez is just tearing the cover off the baseball at this point. And remember, the Mariners got hot last year. They got hot after the All-Star break last year, and the Astros were able to beat them when it matters the most because, again, we had to go through with our pitching staff. We don't have Luis Garcia, who's out for the season. He's been missing since the Giants game. Urquidy was out for half of the season. We just got JV back in the trade because the Mets spent all that money and they just realized their mistakes. And some people it's gonna be blown up by next year. They're gonna go into a full rebuild mode by next year. But other than that, we have to deal with Jordan and Altuve both being in and out of the lineup the whole year. The fantastic thing I like about this team, when someone goes down, someone always tend to step up for us, the Astros to be, 14 games over 500 without Altuve and Jordan for half of the season. Remember, we lost Jordan in the middle of the season. We get some back during the Blue Jays series. He was hot again. Then he goes out with a hip injury. We get Altuve back. Then he goes back out again. And the team just starting to held it down. So other than that, we got a big series coming up against the Rangers. Got a big series coming up in them. They struggling as well. I think they lost 2 out of 3. They lost 2 out of 3 versus the Minnesota Minnesota Twins. They've been struggling. Seattle lost the series versus the Mets. So other than that, I got confidence with us going down the stretch. But when we get in the playoffs, I think we're gonna be a tough out.
Oh, for sure, definitely. So, for those that don't know, me and Dante here, we are part of the new and improved Sports Wave network ran by my boy, the Snake. As I got his channel link down in the box below. We're going to be live every Sunday morning around 10 o'clock my time or 10 o'clock his time, whichever one it is. But basically, every Sunday morning, we're going to be live giving predictions of each game's our take. And Dante is also going to be collabing with me in week 4 when we preview the Steelers and the Texans. And my buddy Bobby said it best.
Yeah.
About what we're doing here as far as this network is, about what this network is becoming. We are indeed, if the ad will just stop. Boy, Bobby said it best. We're building and yeah. We're going to be live every Sunday talking and showing that we got the best damn network on YouTube with knowledgeable football fans across the country and just having a good time on YouTube. Like trash talk here and there, but we're guys. We can take it. We can take it, and we can give it as well. So, yeah, there you go right there. As that's what we're going to be doing every Sunday. As far as my collabs go as well, that's going to be the day before every Steeler game, I anticipate it. So our topic for tonight is going to be every NFL team's ceiling and floor. Gotcha. This is strictly our opinion for the 2023 season, seeing how the teams drafted, how they did in free agency, what they've done in the offseason, additions, subtractions, what their division's like, pretty much anything that relates to what they're going to be capable of for 2023. And just so everyone's happy, we're just going to go in alphabetical order with the teams. So that way we're not just like constantly rambling on about every team. So let's get this started. And I think we're going to start off with possibly the easiest one, which are the Arizona Cardinals. Obviously, last year was a very bad year for them coming off, 2021. They got off to that amazing start, and then they completely just collapsed. Kingsbury's gone, but I didn't think it was possible to somehow lose a guy like Cliff Kingsbury and somehow get worse. But the Cardinals managed to do that. A lot of people are saying that they're going to be the worst team in the league, myself included. I do think that they will be having the number 1 overall pick for next year, but I'll be getting more into that next year. So, with all that being said, the Cardinals, what could possibly be their ceiling for this upcoming season? We'll start with you, Dante.
Man, I don't know. It ain't gonna be looking good. All I know that it's not a win that I can find on a schedule like that, but I can only say I can basically give them like 3 wins, 3 or 2 wins that they're going to have. I think they're going to be the worst team in football, actually. Like you said, they're going to have the number 1 pick. They did get Paris Johnson up out of the draft from Ohio State. They did end up getting him. But I think 3 wins at best. I don't see a really good feeling with this team. They got rid of Colt McCoy, which was shocking. That leads to me, you're going to play Clayton Tune, the rookie out of Houston that they drafted, who has some good upside in Houston, but I don't think he's ready to be the quarterback yet. You got Hollywood Brown, who's inconsistent with drops a lot. And Buda Baker, is going to be frustrated by the moment. I think he's the next guy that may end up out of Arizona. You got the first-year head coach and Jonathan Gannon, who all the Eagles fans tear apart. So other than that, not too much going on for the Arizona Cardinals. Don't see much of a floor with them. If I was the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray, I know he's scheduled to come back soon, late in the regular season, but is it worth bringing him back if you're already going to be that bad? If you're already going to be bad to start with, I don't know if it's going to be worth bringing him back. If I'm Kyler Murray, I don't know if I would end up playing, considering how bad the team is going to be. So the Cardinals, I got them a 3-win. I think they're going to be a 3-win team. Don't be surprised they even be lesser than a 2-win team. So I think they're going to be the worst team in football. I think they're going to have the number one, they're going to have a top 2 pick next year. They're going to have a top 2 pick next year.
I absolutely agree with that. Let me just highlight this comment right here. What's going on, Robert? He says Josh Dobbs starting for the Cardinals. Yeah. As a Steeler fan, I remember Josh Dobbs. He was, I'm not going to go too hard on Josh Dobbs because when we drafted him back in 2017, I believe, you got to know that was one of, if not Big Ben's last prime year of his career. So we never really had a chance to see what Josh Dobbs could bring to the table. I mean, I'm rooting for him. I hope he does well just because he's a former Steeler. But let's be honest, Josh Dobbs is not the quarterback that's going to win you, a whole lot of games, especially with the weaponry that he has at his disposal right here. So to me, the writing on the wall there for the Cardinals last year with, Kyler Murray's ACL. And, ACLs, they take a long time to recover from, but I really don't know how much progress that Kyler Murray's had because there's always a big misconception when you first get a medical diagnosis with something. I mean, obviously I'm not a doctor or anything, but that's just, how it goes. But to their credit, they did make a couple of changes, like you said, with Paris Johnson. I think that was a really good addition for him.
Yeah, I think they needed an offensive line presence. Yep.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And BJ Olarji, if I'm saying his name right, that was a good one. But still, I mean, losing DeAndre Hopkins and J.J. Watt, that's going to hurt for the Cardinals. So, long story short, I'll give the Cardinals a little bit of credit. My ceiling with them, just a spoiler, they're the only team in the league right now where my ceiling for them is still a losing record. Yeah, they're that bad. Yeah, they're that bad, or they've at least become that bad. They're just in full-fledged rebuild mode. I will say though, if everything goes right, they could possibly, and I emphasize this word heavily, possibly sweep the Rams, who are in a really bad position as well. They might be able to snag one with Seattle when they're catching, when they're sleeping, because the Seahawks, they tend to fall for some trap games. Obviously, they're going to be playing, I think they finished last year, so they're going to be having the last place schedule. They win a couple of those games. Honestly, if all goes right and Josh Dobbs wins them a few games, Kyler Murray comes back and he balls out and he makes the most of it, Arizona could win maybe 5 to 6 games.
Yeah.
But obviously, my floor for them, they're the first team in NFL history to go 0-17.
Man.
They are that bad.
They that bad. And I believe this may be the only, I don't know, I think it's going to be plenty of coaches going to get fired in the NFL that I think that should be on the hot seat. But this may be Jonathan Gannon. It depends on how bad it goes. This may be a bridge year for the Cardinals at the head coaching position. This may be Gannon first and only year he will be a head coach in the league. It depends on how the team goes, how the season goes.
Yeah, absolutely. My realistic prediction for them is 3-14. As I said in my predictions, I made about a month ago or so. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I got them being the worst team. They're going to be tanking for Caleb Williams heavily. They're going to be in a group of teams that are in that position, which we'll be getting into. So moving on now down to the Atlanta Falcons. They had an interesting season last year. The whole NFC South is just absolute dog water last year, to put it lightly. It was. Tampa won that division at 8, and well, they didn't win it. They won it at 8-9. and then they rightfully got bounced out in the first round by Dallas. But
Yep.
Atlanta, you know, rolling with Desmond Ritter, it looks like at starting quarterback this year. It kind of seems like they're in a transition as well. That being said, I do like Jesse Bates going down there, and
Yep.
that's a sigh of relief for me because Jesse Bates was in our division. We'll get to the Bengals in a little bit, but just to spoil, they lost two of their best safeties. But we'll get to the
Yep.
Bengals in a little bit. But yeah, Jesse Bates, that
Yep.
was a good acquisition. Calais Campbell, I think, was a good one, and another former Steeler, Bud Dupree, going
Yep.
down to Atlanta as well. So, what do you make of the Falcons' ceiling and floor this year?
I kind of like the Falcons. I think I got them their ceiling right now. I think their ceiling is an 89 team. I got them as an 89 team. I think that's the ceiling, but the record prediction, I got them a 7-10 team. I like Bijan Robinson. I thought he's the best running back in the draft. Cause I say he played for my Texas Longhorns. Yes, I am a UT Longhorns fan. He's a dynamic running back, catch up out of the backfield, plays like a wide receiver. Also, they got a big steal from the Saints. David Onyemata on that defensive line. I think that's something they needed as well on the defensive line. Defensive line they couldn't get a pass rush last year. Now their secondary is not bad. Their secondary is actually good. They're actually solid at the secondary. You got AJ Terrell, who's one of the most underrated secondary guys, cornerbacks in the league last year. You just brought up Jesse Bates. You just brought him up. I think they have a struggle at the linebacking core as well. But other than that, they needed some pressure on that defensive line. Added Anyamata and added Dominican Sue does give them a little bit stability on the offensive line. But I just think if for them to hit their ceiling, I think it's going to be Desmond Ritter with a full year this coming year. I think he's a key. He's a wild card for this team to hit the full ceiling. He's got to be consistent. He's going to be more of a game manager. I just look at him as more of a game manager, not going to be so many big plays. Drake London, the rookie from last year out of USC, he's going to take another big step up. They did get Matt Holland from the Raiders, who built his body up. Can Kyle Pitts stay healthy? Kyle Pitts stay healthy. Him and Desmond Ritter won on good terms last year, but it seemed like they will be this year. So the receiving core should be a lot better during the second year. Bijan Robinson should give them some stability at the running back position. Tyler Algier, who's a 1,000-yard wide receiver. So they got a very good 1-2 punch at the running back position. I got their actual record at 7-10, but I think their ceiling is at 8-9. I think they can be better than what they were last year. It just all depends on if they can get a pass rush. I think their secondary is pretty solid, but Desmond Ritter got to be consistent. He cannot turn the ball over and put the team in bad situations. I think it's going to be how Desmond Ritter play. I think that's how the Falcons going to end up, is how he plays, how well he performs each and every game.
I totally agree with that right there. The Falcons this year kind of remind me of the Colts this year. They give me kind of vibes with that because kind of like how Indy's depending on Anthony Richardson to just bust out on the scene and just ball out on offense. Atlanta's kind of expecting that out of Desmond Ritter as well. The only difference is Richardson's a rookie and Ritter is in his sophomore year, if you want to call it that. But yeah, the Falcons, they did at least make some kind of moves to help booster up the team a little bit. But their off season really didn't shake much, as a lot of people predicted that they would. And with all the decisions that they made, it could kind of override their other moves simply because that they're just in a transitions sort of phase right now. To me, it seems like they're going to have to really go back and lean on the run game again, like you mentioned with Robinson a couple of times already, which I think is a good pick. And he's a really good talent, but they already had Tyler Egnier in recently. And, let's face it, running backs in today's league, they're very replaceable. Their window of opportunity, if you're a running back, is not very large. Whereas, you're basically helping to prolong your quarterback's career. which
Yeah.
is what running backs are doing now. I mean, obviously, you still got premier running backs like Derrick Henry, like Saquon Barkley, all them guys, Tony Pollard, I guess you can throw in there as well.
Yep.
But like, if you're we know this firsthand, right? If
Yep.
you're a predictable offense, you ain't going anywhere.
Yep.
So like, Atlanta's defense, I think, will keep them in a lot of games this year. And I think if all goes well, Ritter performs as advertised, the running back by committee type of offense comes to life, and the defense is stout, I can see Atlanta winning for their ceiling about 9 or 10 games. But let's just say the absolute worst happens. Desmond Ritter just has a bad year. The offense is predictable. Big acquisitions like Jesse Bates just gets cooked all game long, and the defense falls apart. They are once again the bridesmaids of the NFC South.
Yeah.
If all that happens, you're probably looking at about 4 wins for their floor.
Yep.
But I'm going to say they finish with about 7 wins. This is like not a terrible team, just a really mediocre one, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think they got an opportunity. I think they got an opportunity to make it competitive. Like I said, I just think it's all on Desmond Ritter. I just think he's got to take that for this team to go places. He's got to take that leap. He's got to take this offense. The offense got to take a leap. I know Drake London is going to be good. Drake London was kind of injured in some games last year and still had over 860 yards. A big body wide receiver coming out of USC that they drafted. And also they got some help with Mac Holland, who they got from the Raiders, which we'll talk about them in a few minutes down the road. But other than that, I think this team got all the ingredients to improve. But they got to see how their defensive line was weak at getting at the quarterback. And like you said, adding Sue and David Onyemata, it kind of helps strengthen up that defensive line a little bit.
Absolutely. And, just that they play in the South, I could probably see them snagging one game against each opponent.
Yes.
Just because that division is just so bad. But okay. Moving on now to the team that really brings my piss to a boil, and it is the Baltimore Ravens. So the Ravens, obviously, the biggest headline with them, Lamar Jackson's extended.
Yep.
A lot of people are saying that, well, they finally came through with it. The Ravens are a bona fide Super Bowl contender now. Well, I'm here to say pump the brakes on that. Because are you also forgetting that Lamar has been injured for the past couple of seasons now, and basically since 2020, low key since 2020, the Ravens are prone to late season collapses in December and parts of January as well.
Yep.
I mean, 2021, they were 8-3, number 1 seed in the AFC. They lose out. Last year, stronghold on the division. They did make the playoffs last year, but they had a stronghold on the division. Had to be satisfied with the wild card. Lamar gets hurt, and they almost beat the Bengals in Cincinnati in the playoffs, but a bad play call and a bad play by Huntley at the goal line where he tried to extend the goal line, ruin any chances of that. Marlon Humphrey is hurt now for him, and it just seems like the Ravens can just never catch a break for him. They did have one thing I'll always give the Ravens credit for is that they are a very efficient drafting franchise.
Yeah.
Front office is always top notch when it comes to stuff like that. Us and the Ravens, we are two of the best drafting teams in the league, I would say. So all this being said, what is Baltimore's ceiling and floor with your thoughts?
Their ceiling, I think if Lamar Jackson is healthy, their ceiling is easily 11 wins. I think their ceiling can be easily 11 wins if he's on the field. The problem is if he's not on the field, their floor is 9 wins. I think their floor is 9 wins and not make the playoffs at all. I don't believe 9 wins get you in the wild card because I believe Cincinnati's winning that division outright. But other than that, they hit their ceiling right. I believe it's 11. It's 11 wins. They still questionable on the offensive side of the ball. Zay Flowers, you got to see how he looks coming out of the gate. You got Rashad Bateman, who can't stay on the football field. Devin Duvernay is a gadget player. He's a gadget player on special teams, and they'll run some plays. They'll run some plays, some jet sweeps with them. Their strong suit is going to be the run game. Their strong suit is going to be the run game, and Lamar is also going to be an extension of the run game. So again, I think it is some problems on the offensive side of the ball because they're kind of injury riddled a little bit. Then you have Zay Flower, who I actually like in the draft, who I actually wanted as a receiver for my Houston Texans. But other than that, I'm okay with Tank Dell. Other than that, but I think they're still in this 11 wins. I think their defense is going to compete. Their defense is going to always be good. They're beat up on the at the secondary. They're beat up at the secondary, and that's going to be a question. I think that defensive line is always going to be solid. They got a beast safety in Kyle Hamilton, again, who I actually wanted for my Houston Texans, but we pulled Jalen Petrie, so I'm okay with that. But other than that, I think if everything breaks right, they're still in this 11 wins. I think their floor is 9 if everything don't break right and not making the playoffs at all. But my actual prediction for them is 10 wins. It's actually 10 wins.
You hit a lot of pointers right there, and I'm just going to highlight this comment real quick. Tuck the Puppy says in the AFC, 9 wins don't cut
that's
it.
not going to get you up.
Definitely. There's only one word that describes the AFC: stacked.
Yes.
Okay. The AFC is loaded. Like, honestly, there's no wrong answer of who can come out of the AFC this year.
No, it's no.
Absolutely not. So, like, I'm going to say this as unbiased as I can, because if you don't know how I feel about the Ravens, then either you're not listening or you're just an idiot. But, like, the Ravens extending Lamar is good for them.
Yeah.
But as a fan, it doesn't really bother me all that much because Lamar has only one playoff win in his resume. And number two, Lamar always struggles against us.
Yeah.
He's 2-3 against the Steelers in his career. He's thrown 5 touchdowns, 9 picks against us. So it's good for them that they extended Lamar.
Yep.
But us Steeler fans, we were actually kind of hoping that they'd extend him right there because I always want to beat these guys when they're 100%. So that way they have no excuses. That being said, Lamar does have, in my opinion, the best targets that he's had. You get Odell Beckham in the offseason, which I can't call him a superstar anymore.
You're right.
Yeah. He's a veteran and he's a good receiver still, but I think he's lost his superstar status, in my opinion. Zay Flowers, as you mentioned, he was a really good pickup for him. Then, of course, you got Mark Andrews, a tight end, who's just always productive with them, except when he can't catch the pass at the 1-yard line to convert a 2-point conversion. But Baltimore's O-line is looking a little bit better. But, the thing with the Ravens is that they're kind of figured out as well. I will agree with that right there because they're kind of a one-dimensional offense, and it seems like they're starting to go for a pass attack kind of game. And let's face it, Lamar is not the best thrower. So in my opinion, and then of course you got the Ravens defense, which Baltimore's like us, they're a defense proud franchise.
Yeah.
So, Kyle Hamilton, fantastic safety that they got right there. I can only imagine if he came to us and we would have Minka and Kyle Hamilton. Oh my God, that would be incredible. But, Roquan Smith is still there for them as well. So I think that's definitely going to beef up the defense from them as well. I believe that they also moved on from several veterans like Marcus Peters, Justin Houston, JPP as well.
Yep.
So they kind of did addition by subtraction as well. By getting rid of those veterans and by replacing them, they were able to bring in some more youth from the draft and from free agency. So the Ravens, they improved as well. And this AFC North is just going to be a must watch. Like every team in this division, when there's an AFC North matchup going on, specifically week 2, because we play the Browns Monday night in week 2. And also that same week, the Bengals play the Ravens.
Yep.
So, yeah, look out for week 2, guys. It's going to be a show if you're an AFC North fan.
Oh, yeah.
So, I think my ceiling for the Ravens is that Lamar literally has a repeat of 2019.
Yeah.
He goes back to his MVP form, balls out, improves his mechanics with his throwing. Of course, he can gash everyone on the ground with his legs. Obviously, you still got J.K. Dobbins back there. He's been real productive for him. Ravens receivers and targets finally step up to the reins and they stay healthy, and the defense just balls out. All that happens. Ravens are in good enough shape to win at least 13 games if all that happens, and they finally get over that playoff hump. They make it past the divisional. I think they can go as far as the championship game.
Yep.
So that's my absolute ceiling with the Ravens. My floor for them is if literally everything falls apart and they have a season like they did back in like 2015, where they just are injured the hell and back. Lamar gets hurt again, misses a lot of time again, and they're forced to play musical chairs at quarterbacks. Defense gets roughed up, and they just find out, and teams just figure out their offense. You're looking at about 5 wins right there. They don't win a single game in the North, which is very possible if you're not healthy in that division.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't see anyone, just as another spoiler, I don't see anyone in this division sweeping anyone. I think everyone's going to split with each other again. So my absolute floor for the Ravens is about 5 wins, and they just completely fall apart because they're just all shattered. But my actual prediction for them, I got this being a 9 or 10 win team.
Gotcha.
On paper, they should make the playoffs.
Yep.
But I'm not so sure about that right now, considering their late season collapses. But I think they're good enough to stay in the picture all season.
I think they're good enough. I got them. My actual prediction, just like you, I got them at 10 wins. I got them at 10 wins. I think that's a possible 10-7, possible wild card spot, right there for the Baltimore Ravens. So this division is going to be competitive, man. This division is always a hard fight defensive division, especially when it comes down to Pittsburgh, Baltimore play. You talking about Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh. You even got Cleveland in there who's got some upside with if Deshaun Watson did anything like his old self. So definitely, this is going to be a battle. This is going to be a brutal division, hard fight.
Yeah, even us with Cleveland. I mean, yes. I know in my lifetime we've absolutely owned the Browns, but let me tell you, it's the most played matchup in AFC history. It's the 2 oldest franchises in the AFC. I got to tell you, bro, the rivalry between the Browns and Steelers will never die.
Yep.
It'll always be a big rivalry, no matter who's good or who's bad.
Yep.
So, everyone in this division is just going to be at each other's throat all season. It's going to be a treat because, I'm an old school kind of guy when it comes to football. I'm a defense guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a beat you up, leave you on the curb, bleeding kind of road guy, and I love rivalries.
Yeah.
It just makes the NFL.
Yeah.
All right, moving on now down to the Buffalo Bills. So the Bills, they're in not desperation mode, in my opinion, but they are in a make or break year, in my opinion. We all know that they are extremely talented, and this is easily a Super Bowl favorite in everybody's eyes. But last season just felt like kind of a buzzkill for them. Obviously, God bless DeMar Hamlin. He's been making a lot of progress, and he's expected to play this year. So, God bless the guy. It's so incredible to see him, back on his feet and, alive, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Buffalo, they had a pretty interesting offseason where they didn't get worse, but they really didn't improve a whole lot. They just kind of remained stagnant. So with that being said, what do you think Buffalo's ceiling and floor is?
Well, their ceiling, if they reach their ceiling, I mean, I think I think they still win the division. They're winning the division. I got them at 12 wins. 12-5. I think their floor is 10 wins. It's 10 wins if everything breaks wrong. See, the problem I have with Buffalo, this is a talented team that can beat anybody in the NFL, that can match up against anybody in the NFL, including the Bengals and Chiefs. The problem is they have not done it. They have not stepped up. They have not stepped up when they need to step up. Where you had the infamous game when how we first got the when you had the overtime. Nobody, if you score first, nobody touches the ball. And now that Josh Allen complained about that, now we got the rule that the team must the team can touch the ball now and have an opportunity. But y'all, you look at that game, their defense failed them dramatically in that season. Failed them dramatically in that game. They were the second best defense, I believe, that year, going after smacking the Patriots around. Their defense let them down. That was an absolute great game. Josh Allen did everything he could to win that game. But it's Patrick Mahomes. You had Tyreek Hill over there who's explosive. But other than that, I think the issue with Stephon Diggs and him, being frustrated with the organization and him complaining about wanting more care. He wanted more say so of the offense. I mean, he's getting his numbers. He's getting his 1,100 yards, double-digit touchdown. The problem with it, I think it is, they're not winning how you expect them to win. And when you're not winning and when you're not beating the Chiefs or you can't even beat the Bengals, you get shut down by the Bengals and get embarrassed at home, that gets to you as a player and as a star player when you're not winning games that you're supposed to. Regular season is okay. You're going to get 12 wins. But getting over the hump against the Chiefs and the Bengals, that's something that the Bills have not really even done. And that team is too talented for not to be getting the job done. But Dalton Kincaid, that's the best tight end they got in the draft. Right there. That was the best overall tight end in the draft. I think that's going to help out their tight end game. Their two tight ends set with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid. A lot of questions about the running back situation, but again, I just don't think they use the running backs I don't think they use the running backs at all. Like the running backs average 4.9 yards a carry. That's pretty good. That's 5 yards a carry basically. But the offense is solely run through Josh Allen and to get the best skill set up out of him. Which leads to a lot of turnovers and bad decision making. So if they want to I think if they want the recipe, if they want to be successful, I believe they got to stick to the run more. I believe they got to get the running game involved and take a lot of pressure off Josh Allen. They got capable, great two tight end set. They got some decent receivers. I mean, again, Gabe Davis is a decent receiver. Khalil Shakir is a decent receiver. They got some decent receivers over there. I believe they got to commit to the running game more. Their defense is okay. You got to see how Trey White is going to turn out to be. Kyrie Elam played really well in the Dolphins playoff game. I think their defense will hold up pretty much. But when it comes against a team like a Patrick Mahomes or someone like that, or the Cincinnati Bengals or State of Steelers, someone that can slow the game down. I believe that's where you see more of the flaws of the Buffalo Bills. So I got them as the ceiling. They can get 12 wins. I got them a 12-win team right now. I think they're gonna win their division. But if everything don't break right, I think 10 wins in Miami winning over them in the division. I think if everything breaks right, but it's interesting to keep an eye on Stephon Diggs and how they do the rest of the season. Because I just only think he's coming out and doing this because he's frustrated. The team is not progressing the way he wants them to, or they should progress.
Absolutely. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks Miami's winning the East because, like I said, a lot of people don't understand me when I say that. The Bills are obviously a great team. I mean, they're too good to miss the playoffs. Let's be honest, okay? The very worst that I see Buffalo doing is being the first wild card in the AFC. I just think Miami made the moves possible, necessary to overtake them because they made that playoff game. Granted, Tua wasn't playing because he was injured again, but they nearly beat Buffalo with their backup quarterback in Skylar Thompson. So with all that being said, the Bills made moves as well, and it came with throwing Josh Allen a bag. He got paid as well, but they also had to lose Tremaine Edmonds in free agency, which I think is going to hurt them a little bit. Other areas of problems, like you said, Dalton Kincaid, that's going to give them a good two tight end set right there, and it's going to. They also beefed up the O-line a little bit with Connor McGovern and Osiris Torrance, who's those are two really good additions to their O-line right there. They still got their veteran safety tandem. Jordan Poyer's back. Micah Hyde is back. That's another win for them. But my problem with the Bills is while their defense is still really good, they got a lot of guys come back from injury, and B, their defensive core starting to age. You know, they need some youth on that defense right there in order to, in my opinion, really be a legit Super Bowl contender, because there's no doubt they got the firepower on offense to go there. I mean, Steeler fans should know the name Gabe Davis. He had 2 receiving touchdowns against us last year of over 50 yards in an absolutely embarrassing 38-3 loss to them in Buffalo. Stephon Diggs is always just going to be Josh Allen's go-to guy right there. The Bills, though, you know, like you mentioned, they don't really run the ball a whole lot. They're not going to shove it down your throat. They're just going to – it kind of seems like Josh Allen is trying to mimic what the Chiefs do, where he just gunslings it for 300, 400 yards a game, which is good. I mean, which is what the NFL has become now. It's a quarterback-driven league. But what makes Kansas City more of a threat than Buffalo is that the Chiefs actually utilize their backfield, and they've shown it, you know, so many times. So my ceiling with the Bills, I think, is everyone else's ceiling with them. If all goes right, defense just continues to pick up where it left off. They don't show any signs of regression with age. Josh Allen plays at like an MVP type of level and keeps, you know, putting up them big numbers, and receivers continue to be stacked. Odds are they're probably going to sweep New England again, which is crazy to say because it was the other way around for so many years. The Jets might give them some trouble, but again, I'm talking ceiling right here. They sweep the Jets. They might be able to sweep the Dolphins again, assuming Miami hits their floor. They've shown that they can stand up against Kansas City. They've beat them the past 2 regular season games, but you know, fair or not, when you're this talented of a team, you're judged by what you do in the playoffs. And let's face it, they, you know, the 13-second game against Kansas City a couple years ago, like you said, they were embarrassed at home by the Bengals in the playoffs. So it seems like the Bills, they're a great team, but are they good enough to overcome those 2 obstacles in the AFC right there in Cincinnati and Kansas City? And are they also good enough to even shake off their heels with Miami and the Jets nipping at them right now? So with all that being said, my ceiling for the Bills, everything goes right, you're looking at 14, 15 wins in my opinion, and they finally take the Lombardi to Buffalo. My floor for them, defense starts aging. Defense starts showing cracks. The Jets and Dolphins, you know, tough them up a little bit. New England could possibly do that. They show that, you know, well, the Bengals and the Chiefs are still better than us, and I believe the AFC East plays the NFC East this year, so they would have to go up against high-scoring offenses like Philly and Dallas. You also have to go up against a tough defensive team like the Giants, and I think that the other NFC team that they play this year, if I'm not mistaken, is Tampa Bay, which that should be an easy win for them right there. But assuming Buffalo hits their floor, I still think they make the playoffs, but they fall all the way down to like the 7th seed because other AFC competition rises to the ranks. My ceiling for Buffalo, 14, 15 wins, Super Bowl champions. My floor for them is about 9-8, one and done in the playoffs. But my prediction for them, I think this is a 12-win team right here.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. I got them 12 wins, winning 12 wins. And speaking of that playoff game that you brought up last year, when they almost beat Buffalo, when Buffalo they almost lost to Miami. I forgot if Tua was in that game, he make a couple of more of those throws that Skylar Thompson didn't make at the end of the ball game. There was some throws that Skylar Thompson really did not make in that game that gave Buffalo pretty much the win, and yet Miami was still able to play without their without their quarterback actually. So if Tua was in that game, that game might turn out to be different. You may be seeing Buffalo at home a little bit more earlier, and you may be seeing a matchup between the Bengals and the Miami Dolphins if Tua played and made a couple of more of those throws. But I definitely agree with you. I got them at 12-5 this year.
Absolutely. Something else I forgot to mention about Josh Allen is that, he got extended, he got paid. And another possible floor situation, not typically, sometimes players, when they get big extensions like that, it's a lot of pressure for them because they're like, I can't make a mistake because the fans are going to boo me. I'm going to hear it from the media. I think that's what's kind of going on over here in Pittsburgh with Brian Reynolds with the Pirates, because that's why he's had such a disappointing year this year. We extended him at the beginning of the year, $106 million over 8 years, largest extension in Pirates history, by the way. And Brian Reynolds has had a disappointing year because he was under a lot of pressure with that extension. Yep. And sometimes when you're under the first year of that extension, it gets to your head a little bit. So, like, if Josh Allen can get past that, then there's no doubt in my mind that there's nothing wrong with this Buffalo offense.
Yep. Definitely agree with you.
Yeah. Okay, an interesting team here are the Carolina Panthers. As before I get there, as always, guys, if you haven't already, go sub up to Coach Dante. His link for his channel's in the description. And just a reminder that every Sunday for this NFL season, him and I are part of the Sports Wave Network, which is why I also have my buddy, the Snake Sports Wave. His channel is linked down in the box below. We will be live every Sunday morning, giving, keys to victory and predictions of games, etc. So be sure to sub up those two channels in the box below. Moving on now to the Carolina Panthers. So a few, let's put it lightly, questionable decisions under Matt Rule for them. And Carolina's seems to be back on track with where they were. Guy that they hired, a guy that I've been screaming for us to hire as ROC since October of last year, pretty much, Frank Reich, guy that works very well with quarterbacks. And now that the Panthers are confident they have their guy with Bryce Young, it's going to be a very interesting scene down there in North Carolina. So what do you think your ceiling and your floor for the Panthers is this year?
My actual record for the Panthers is 9-8. I'm actually high on the Panthers. I love the Panthers. I think they're the second best team in the NFC South. I think a lot of people don't give them credit for last year. They had bad quarterback play all last year. They had bad quarterback play. Second half of the season, Sam Darnold was okay. But I got to give a lot of credit from Steve Wilkes as well, being taking over the head coaching duties as well. And he almost got that team in the playoffs. Now, I also thought they should have been given another opportunity, but Frank Reich is not a bad hire. Frank Reich is not a bad hire. If you're going to let somebody walk, you got to have somebody better. And I think Frank Reich, who's an offensive guy, who's a quarterback guru, who knows what he's doing, like the move right there. Their defense was legit last year. Their defense, I think Baker Mayfield and, early in the season, Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold put the defense in some bad situations last year by turning over the football consistently. Jeremy Chin is really good out there at safety. J.C. Horn, who can be a lockdown corner in the league. I mean, you got Brian Burns, who's a 10-sack guy. So their defense actually is legit. Their receiving core is looking very mighty good. I mean, I know they had to lose DJ Moore to Chicago, but when you get Jonathan Mingo up out of the draft, who could be a steal from Ole Miss, who's a big body receiver, Terrence Marshall, supposed to make the next jump coming up. You still got Shenault over there. I don't know what they want to do with him pretty much. But getting Bryce Young, a talent, I know there's some questions about him being small, but he knows how to move around in the pocket, create space, create opportunities for other guys to get open. ZJ Chart, who had a hell of a year last year, who had a hell of a season with Detroit last year. I like their running game as well. Chula Hubbard is still over there. I like him. I like him as well. So I'm high up on this squad, man. I got them going 9-8. I think that's the record I got them. Their floor is 7-10. Their floor is 7-10 if everything breaks right. And Bryce Young, he's going to have his up and downs this year. He's going to have his up and downs. He's going to have his bumps and bruises. But let's see, can Frank Wright notice that and basically play through his mistakes? He's going to make some mistakes that you don't want him to make. He's a rookie. That's all rookies. They're all rookies going to make the mistakes, but it's all about letting them run into their mistakes and let those mistakes happen. Let those mistakes happen. I see a lot of coaches do not have patience to let these rookies make a mistake. So if you're going to make a move, you're going to take them out. If you're going to bench them, don't play them anymore. Now, if you're going to start a veteran and you're going to bench the veteran, let the rookie go out there and stay out there. That's your future anyway. Let him stay out there and go through his bumps and bruises and let him make those mistakes. And he hoping he can correct them. And I think Frank Wright is going to notice that. And I think Bryce Young is going to be fine. I think he's going to be put in some situation where he's going to succeed. But I really like this Carolina Panthers team to be second in a division at 9-8.
I completely agree. I'm one of the guys who are high on the Panthers as well. I think Young is going to be an incredibly talented quarterback. He looks like he has a really good skill set. Of course, I mean, he's a rookie, so I don't expect him to make an immediate impact, but I definitely expect him to be, given what the NFC's, talent is, possibly one of the best quarterbacks in the NFC moving forward, because I think he has a fantastic head coach in Frank Reich, because like I said, for the 1,000th time already, he works very well with quarterbacks. He was the quarterback back in the 93 wild card game between the Bills and Oilers, who conducted the comeback. And when he was with Philly, he made Carson Wentz, of all people, look like an MVP type of quarterback until he tore his ACL. And even then, the Eagles still won the Super Bowl that year with Nick Foles as their quarterback. So Frank Reich has a really good resume with working with quarterbacks, and I think that was a fantastic hire for Carolina right there. They got a stingy defense as well. We experienced that in our game with them last year in Carolina, and it's not like they're throwing, Bryce Young into the fire. It's not like a baptism by fire for him, because they loaded up on talent as well. They got Miles Sanders, Adam Thielen, DJ Shark, Hayden Hurst. The only real sacrifice is that they let DJ Moore walk, but I think it was worth it with all the acquisitions that they had in the offseason as well. So I am really high on the Panthers as well. I think their defense is going to win them games. And my ceiling for them, everything clicks. Frank Reich works well with the offense. Bryce Young is in the Rookie of the Year talks, and he possibly wins it as well. The offense becomes explosive. They show that they don't miss CMC because it's their first full season without him. That's another underrated aspect about the Panthers. And the defense could be a top 10 unit this year. That's my absolute ceiling with them. I think if all goes right, they can win 11, 12 games, actually win the NFC South, and maybe even a playoff game along the way. Floor for them, well, I mean, kind of like what I expect. I expect Bryce Young to look like a rookie this year, but let's say the weaponry is just all hype and it doesn't step up, kind of like the Browns did 4 years ago when they made all those big moves in the offseason. Their run game falls apart, and the defense just has to keep them in literally every game with the offense sputtering. So my ceiling with them, 11, 12 wins. My floor with them, maybe 6 wins. But like you said, I'm high on the Panthers. I think they can be in the playoff picture for a long time. And my prediction, I'm going to agree with you. I think this is about a 9-win team right here.
Yep. And I also it's only probably one question I got with this team. That's the offensive line. The way the offensive line competed. Yeah. That's probably the real question that I got with them. But I think Bryce Young is mobile enough mobile enough to elude the pocket and extend plays for those wide receivers to get open. But that's outside of that. That's the only real question I got with the Carolina Panthers is that offensive line.
Yeah, and that week 1 game against Atlanta that they have, that's going to be an interesting game for them right there, because we talked about the Falcons earlier. It's a battle of two teams, really, that have very interesting offenses, but I think Carolina's a bit more defined than Atlanta is at this point. So definitely it may not actually be as bad of a game that people think it's going to be. It's going to be an interesting game in week 1. All right, speaking of interesting teams and speaking of DJ Moore, we got the Chicago Bears next. So a team that no team, in my opinion, this offseason had more resources than the Bears did, especially with the big trade with DJ Moore from the first overall pick. And Chicago, I can't thank you enough. Thank you for Peasy Jr., because that's who we got in the Claypool trade. So I'll say that with the Bears. But with all seriousness, Justin Fields was the biggest headline for him, busting out last year, possibly breaking that cycle that Ohio State quarterbacks usually flop in the NFL. But Justin Fields put up a fantastic breakout year last year. That being said, the Bears still have issues to address before they can really be a playoff contender, in my opinion. What's your ceiling and floor with them?
Well, last year was an atrocity with the Chicago Bears, and it just felt like Justin Fields had to do everything it took to try to get this team wins. I mean, you look at the game against the Miami Dolphins. They still lost that game. They still actually lost that game due to him being very good. The Cowboys game, their defense was absolutely a mess, and he played well in that game. So a lot of games he played well in that the defense gave up, and also the offensive line was really bad. The offensive they made that a product in the draft. I thought they got a hell of a draft pick in Darrell Wright over there from Tennessee. That's the move they actually need to solidify their offensive line. DJ Moore is going to be a big pickup for them. They get re-signed Cole Clement. Darnell Mooney got to be healthy. He's got to be healthy. I think he's playing the right position. I think he's a number 2. I don't think he's a number 1 wide receiver. I think he's a number 2. Not a big Chase Claypool fan at all. Just not a big fan of him at all. He is not the only season I really saw him have was in his first year in Pittsburgh, I believe, and that was Antonio Brown on the other side of him. I'm not sure. Not sure.
2018 was AB's last year.
Okay, got you. But I haven't seen him do not one thing since his rookie year. So I'm not a big fan of Chase Claypool at all. But I think they're making the right moves. They're making the right strides. They solidifying the offensive line. Now their offensive line is beat up a little bit in the preseason. They do need a center. Their center, they only have 4th string center because their offensive line is beat up. So it'll be interesting to see. But if everything breaks right, I got them at 9-8. I got them at 8-9. I think they have the team to win 8 games this year. I'm expecting them with better weapons than what they already have last year. If Darnell Mooney stay healthy, I think him and DJ Moore can be a great 1-2 tandem. And their defense, I mean, Eddie Jackson is a solid safety. Jack Suborn, their linebacker, is really good. But I still have questions about can the defense get stops consistently, and I don't know if they really could because that defense, the defensive line was okay, but their secondary is not as good as you make it out to be. But I got them going. My record for them is 8-9. I think they're going to be competitive. They're definitely going to be competitive. They're definitely going to be in some games. I think their offense should be able to score points than they did last year. They should not rely on Justin Fields as much to run the football, even though you got a fresh start with Khalil Herbert and Roshan Johnson, who they got in the draft, who can be an underrated pickup in the draft. Late round pick. It was a late round pick, but other than that, I like the direction the Bears go in. They get Tremaine Edmonds as well. They spent the most money. They had the most money coming into free agency, and they did a lot. They spent a lot of money, and they spent a lot. If you're gonna spend money in spots you need it, and I think that's what they did. They did the right thing. They used their picks wisely, and I like what they did. So I got them 8-9. The floor, if everything don't break right, they can be a 5-win team, 5-12 team. If everything don't brace right. Injuries, if Justin Fields don't take the next leap, They can be a 5-win team. So my actual record for them is 8-9.
I literally agree with everything you just said, man. I mean, definitely, I think the Bears are trending in the right direction. They made a lot of good moves this offseason. Of course, we can't say enough with Justin Fields and, trading the number one overall pick for DJ Moore, which definitely should give him more of a variety. They also made some real big free agent moves, as we said. Tremaine Edmonds, obviously him from Buffalo, that was a good one. Yannick Ngakoue, he's a good veteran right there. DeMarcus Walker's good. TJ Edwards, Nate Davis. And yeah, like I said, they had a lot of resources and it seems like they used it to their advantage. They hit on a lot of draft picks and they are hoping for another repeat with that, taking Darnell Wright and Gervin Dexter and Tyreek Stevenson, which is definitely quality additions to that team. So things are looking up, in Chicago. I definitely think they're heading in the right direction. Are they a playoff team yet? I don't think so, because in order to, rebuilds take time. The Bears are almost there. And I think literally the only reason if they win the NFC North is if the Vikings just completely fall apart and the Lions just continue to be the Lions. But honestly, I don't think the Bears have to worry about the Packers for a little bit because Aaron Rodgers is gone. And coincidentally, that's who the Bears play week one. They open up at home against Green Bay. So I know Bears fans are salivating for that one because they don't have to worry about Aaron Rodgers anymore. The NFC North is open for them as well. I think that they are going to be in the playoff picture for a good chunk of the season, but I just don't think they're there quite yet because of the defense, which went from being one of the best defenses to just completely blowing it up and rebuilding it. But, they're almost there. At least they can put points on the board, but they need to be able to stop that as well with the other team, which they just can't do right now. So my ceiling with the Bears is that they're a top offensive team this year. Everything goes according to plan. They have a new head coach, which is good for them as well. And, the defense makes a little bit of strides. If all that goes in place, I think Chicago can win maybe 10 games. But the floor, I think, is going to be a very similar season to last year. Justin Fields, like you said, he doesn't make that next leap. They still can't beat Green Bay. They still lose games to Detroit and Minnesota. NFC North, I think, plays the West this year, so they're going to have to obviously go up against Kansas City and, tough competition in the AFC West as well. And I think they play Baltimore this year, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, wait. They would play they play the Browns. I'm sorry. So, yeah, I mean, you can't really sleep on Cleveland either a whole lot either, or anyone in that division for that matter. So I think the ceiling is that they just have a similar year to last year and they win maybe 4 or 5 games again. But, yeah, I like where the Bears are headed, and I think this is maybe an 8 or 9 win team, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'm expecting some big things for the Chicago Bears, some very big improvements this year for them.
What's this? Oh, they don't have a new head coach. Oh, I thought they got rid of Matt Nagy.
No, they did. It's Matt Eberflus is there.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, brain fart. But, yeah. Thanks for that correction, Robert.
Yeah.
So, all right, next up, we got another AFC North foe in the Cincinnati Bengals. So the Bengals, they made some interesting moves this offseason as well. I mentioned earlier that they got rid of 2 of their best safeties in Jesse Bates and Von Bell. Obviously the biggest headline with them, Joe Burrow got injured in training camp when it first started, but he is expected to start next week against Cleveland. So Bengal fans, you can take a deep exhale right there. But my question is Joe Burrow going to be 100% good to go? He also has trouble against the Browns as well. He's 1-4 in his career against Cleveland. So that seems to be his kryptonite right there. getting guys like Orlando Brown from Kansas City, that's very spotty for me considering all the pressure that he gave up to Mahomes in Kansas
Yep.
City. But we'll see. So what do you think your ceiling and floor is with the Bengals?
Well, let's start. I'm gonna start with the floor. Go ahead and start with the floor right here. I think the floor is like I said. I just don't think it's much of a drop off for what I got them. I think the floor. I'm gonna just go ahead and say the floor is 11 wins. It's 11 wins. Still make the playoffs and lose in a wild card round and lose in a wild card round. I think that's just the floor right there. But the ceiling is 13. It's 13, easily 13, 14 wins for them. That's just how good the team is actually going to be on the speaking on the offensive side of the ball. So my prediction, I got them at 12-5. I got them at 12-5, winning the division. I just think their offense is just going to be that good. And I know you got some. You got to pay Joe Burrow. You got to pay Joe Burrow. They're going to get that done soon. They're going to get that done. You expect them to get that done. The question is going to be T. Higgins. Where are they at with T. Higgins? Because in case you don't get you don't get back T. Higgins, or you decide to trade him, or you just let him walk next summer, you do got Charlie Jones, who you did draft from Purdue, that can come in and make an impact right away, along with Tyler Boyd, who's really quiet. Tyler Boyd, you really don't hear anything from him, but he's an underrated wide receiver. He's an underrated wide receiver that's been there for a while. He's kind of like that veteran to those guys, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, in the locker room as well for them. Joe Mixon, who want to take a pay cut just to remain on the team. If he's right, he's one of the top, probably you could put him in that top 12 to top 10-ish running backs in the National Football League if everything breaks right with him. The defense, questions about the defense. They do got DJ Reader. Missed that guy so much being on Houston. You do got Henson. You do got Hendricks who can get pressure on the quarterback. You do got Wilson at linebacker. They're going to have a young secondary. Their secondary is going to be very, very, very young. So I think that's the only question I can critique of them. You can't move the ball on the Cincinnati Bengals. Their defense is not all that great. You can't move the ball against them. But just because the offense is going to be so good and dynamic, I just think that 12-5 is my actual record. Their ceiling is easily 14 wins. 14 wins easily. That's just that easy. That's just how give you a speculation on how good they are. But their ceiling, their floor, I just think, the wild card round and just, losing in the first round. That's just the floor of them right there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we went from owning the Bengals to now it's like, can we compete with them? Funny how things take a turn in less than like a year or so. But yeah, a couple of things about the Bengals this offseason as well. I keep pounding the issue about Jesse Bates and Von Bell, but they also lost Samar J.P. Ryan to Denver. And Samar J.P. Ryan had a really good game against us in the second matchup that we had. Joe Mixon's had a lot of controversy this offseason, with the gun thing. And they also lost Hayden Hurst to free agency as well. So it's going to cost them a pretty penny if they're going to pay T. Higgins right there, and if they're looking for that team-friendly deal like they keep hounding right there. But they did replace a couple of those guys. They got Nick Scott and they got Irv Smith Jr. in free agency. So that's going to help out the O-line right there. They also got some great value with the draft. Jordan Battle, I think, is really good.
Yeah, from Alabama to safety.
Yeah, Chase Brown as well. So
yep.
Absolutely, the Bengals definitely have all the firepower to put a lot of points on the board. I think this is easily a top 5 offense in the league, maybe even top 3 if it all goes according to plan. But, I'll start with the floor for them. My floor for the Bengals is that they actually missed the playoffs because, let's face it, they play in possibly the toughest division in the NFL. You got all 4 teams in that division have a case at making the playoffs, and they split with all 3 teams last year. Joe Burrow had a terrible game against us in week 1 last year, and he threw 2 more picks against us in the second game. Granted, the Bengals won that game, but still, he didn't play all that well against the Steelers. In both Ravens games in the regular season, they played well, but still the Ravens defense held them in check. in the first game, and they nearly lost to their backup quarterback in the second game. And like I mentioned, he always has trouble against the Browns. They've obviously shown they can beat Kansas City, but who's to say Kansas City, beats them again like they did in the AFC Championship? You also got to worry about them playing the NFC West. They got to go up against offenses that can put a lot of points on the board, like San Francisco and Seattle, and they have to go up against Minnesota this year as well. And we all know what they can do with Justin Jefferson, who is, in my opinion, the best receiver in the league. So my floor with the Bengals, Joe Burrow shows that leg injury is bothering him. They miss some RJP Ryan by the running with the split carry type of offense right there. The offensive line, takes a step back, and Orlando Brown still thinks he's in Kansas City. I honestly, and they show that this is a tough division for us. I think the floor for the Bengals is about 7 or 8 wins, and they miss the playoffs. But the ceiling, obviously, this is an incredibly talented team. Joe Burrow picks up where he left off. He's not faced by the injury at all because he's shown he can play through those types of situations. You still got Jamar Chase, who's one of the best receivers in this game. You still got Tyler Boyd. You still got everything on offense right there. T. Higgins, as I said. Mixon shows that, the controversy didn't catch up with him, and he shows that he's still a valuable piece to the offense. The youth on the defense that they have steps up. I mean, after all, this is a team that made the last 2 AFC championships, and they have a playoff win against the Chiefs at Arrowhead against Patrick Mahomes. Now, there's only 2 teams that can say that they did that. That's the Patriots and the Bengals. So my ceiling with the Bengals, 14, 15 wins. They made it to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and I think the ceiling with them is everybody's ceiling. They finally win the Super Bowl. But my prediction with the Bengals, I think this is easily an 11 or 12 win team.
Yeah. So the thing that you brought up that's very interesting that I say Chase Brown, if they don't go through it, T. Higgins, Chase Brown can step in now right away. I liked him coming out of Illinois, shifty running back. Also catch up out of the backfield, and also Charlie Jones, who I just mentioned earlier. If they decide to lead T. Higgins walk, it just gives you a good estimation on how good Joe Burrow is, but how good the team is as a whole in the receiving core. You got 2 productive pieces that can step in right away, and you won't miss a beat with this offense. So look for Chase Brown and Charlie Jones to step in and be impacts in the backfield in the passing game.
Absolutely. Okay, now on to the other Ohio team and the Cleveland Browns, where I live now, believe it or not. I live in the outskirts of Cleveland. And before I say it, I just want to remind everyone, please sub up to Coach Dante, as linked to his channel in the description below. Also sub up to the Snake. His link is in the box below. We will be live every Sunday morning starting next week before the games. We're going to be giving predictions as we are part of the Sports Wave Network. So be sure to check out those 2 channels. So the Cleveland Browns, to say that this is a critical year for them is a massive understatement, in my opinion. Deshaun Watson absolutely needs to step it up this year, and the defense needs to really show life now that they got a new DC up there in Cleveland, and with the draft moves and the free agency moves that they made. So once again, the Browns are looking at a very important season. What's your ceiling and floor with them?
My ceiling, if Deshaun Watson, this is going to be dependent on Deshaun Watson, because 2020, last time he played football, you make an argument he was a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. You made an argument when he played football. But now, since he came out with a lot of rust last year, and he had a good ending of the season, but if he's anything like 80% of that Texan year, the ceiling is very high. It's easily 10 wins, 10, 11 wins for the Browns. It's easy that way. That's just going to give you a testament on how good he will actually be. But if their floor, if he's inconsistent and if he's not right, this team is a 7-10 squad, 11-6 squad. If he's not right, I believe their defense. I don't believe their defense is actually really that good outside of play. Outside, you got you do got on the defensive line Myles Garrett, who can get penetration easily. Who can get penetration? He's just a guy. He's just a guy on the defensive line. He's no Aaron Donald, but he's just about damn and dominant. That dominant on that defensive line. You also got my boy at the cornerback, Denzel Ward at the cornerback situation over there. He's really good. I believe I'll say you can move the ball on the defense outside of those two guys over there. They're really solid, but I don't think Cleveland defense is nothing to be scared of other than that. But their offense, if Deshaun Watson's like himself, you got one of the top 4 running backs in the game, and Nick Chubb. You do got Donovan Peoples-Jones, who could get better. Mari Cooper, he's not an elite receiver. He's a very good wide receiver, though. He's a 1,000-yard wide receiver. He's not elite. He's not a superstar type wide receiver. He's one of those receivers that you look at that could be a star type of receiver, but never puts it all together. He's a guy that never just really puts it all together. He's a 1,000-yard receiver at best. He's one of those very good wide receivers that has very good route running, but he does have questionable hands. But I think the Browns, they're going to be competitive, like we both were saying. Their division is going to be scary. Division is going to be more competitive, and I think that's why they would get I think they would get 9 wins. I think my prediction is actually 9-8 on the Pittsburgh, on not the Pittsburgh Steelers, but the Cleveland Browns. That's my actual prediction. I think that will be really good. They will be really, really scary to play this year. I'm just gonna assume that Deshaun Watson himself, but if he's not himself, it's easy 6-11 and 7-10 if he's not gonna be himself. But I like the Browns, man. I think they're a scary team to watch. I think this whole division is just really scary, and I think it's gonna be tough to play this division. This is gonna be one of the top divisions in the game of football. I believe in this division.
Well, I don't like the Browns for obvious reasons, but again, being unbiased with them, like I said, this is a very important season for them because again, I'm going to start with the floor for them. The Browns just be the Browns, that's their floor. Because if Deshaun Watson just takes another step back, they're looking at a massive cap hit next year for them, and they can't even draft any capital in the first round because they gave that all up to you guys down there, So Deshaun Watson takes another step back. Their offense is predictable once again with Nick Chubb, which sounds like a great thing for him because, Nick Chubb is easily one of the best, if not the best running back in the game. But again, it causes a lot of one-dimensional type of offense right there. Their weaponry is good, but I'm an advocate of a receiver is only as good as his quarterback is, and if Watson can't make that leap, then your weapons are useless right there. And the defense still learning a new system right there with a new DC right there, and with all this problem that the Browns are going through right now with the Deshaun Watson deal, they were able to scrape up enough money to get some pieces back on defense, like Dalvin Thompson and Juwan Thornhill. Elijah Moore, that's a really good under-the-radar pickup for him as well. But if you don't have draft capital and you still have all these questions surrounding one guy on your team, it's just a recipe for disaster right there for Cleveland. So my floor with them, they just be their old selves. They finished last in the division with 5-6 wins. But let's say for once the Browns don't be themselves and Deshaun Watson balls out, the weapons improve, they show that, heaven forbid they sweep us for the first time. I'm not even kidding, since 1988. That's the last time they swept us. So let's say that they don't Brown for once. They bully the AFC North this year. They hold their own against a team like Kansas City. They prove that they can, hang with a tough defensive team like San Francisco because, like I said, the AFC North plays the NFC West this year. And, they can win shootouts like they're going to probably have to go up against with the Bears, like I mentioned earlier. So let's say all that happens for once. I think Cleveland's ceiling is about 11 wins. And the defense just continue, and the defense really vamps up. But my honest prediction for the Browns, I think they have a lot of distractions going on for them this year. And I think they improved, but I just don't think that they improved enough. I still think that this is the least talented team in this very tough division, but I think that they will definitely be in the playoff picture for a long time. My actual prediction for them is about 8-9.
Got you on that one. And I like Moore, Elijah Moore too. I think that's a nice pickup for him. For us, him being frustrated with the New York Jets for not being used the right way. I think that's a very underrated pickup for them. So I actually like they're giving Watson the receivers, and I forgot about David Njoku in this whole situation as well, who can be a capable tight end.
Absolutely. All right, let's move on now to America's bandwagon and the Dallas Cowboys. So, I mean, let's be honest. The Cowboys are always going to be hyped up, no matter how good or bad they are. There's always going to be high expectations with them, like Notre Dame. I am a Notre Dame fan in college football, and we are hyped up every year, like right along with the Dallas Cowboys. But they did hit a couple of home runs in the offseason, but maybe losing Zeke might be the best for them because I do think Tony Pollard is the better option at this point. But in my opinion, they made one fatal mistake with firing Kellen Moore, which I think really helped out their offense. And I just don't trust Dak Prescott to do it on his own. So, with all that being said, what do you think is Dallas's ceiling and floor?
Well, for me, it's all about if you're looking at the NFC East, it's all about who comes in second place, just behind the
Yep.
Eagles. That's all. That's just what it's all about. Who comes in the same way like the AFC West? Who comes in second place behind the Chiefs? That's just all who you're watching for. So other than that, Dallas Cowboys is the second best team in the NFC East in the NFC East. I got them. I got them. Like I said, I got them 11-6. I think the Philadelphia Eagles gonna only finish better than them. I think they got that type of team to be 11-6. Dak Prescott, he said he wanted to cut down on some of the tip drill interceptions, that he's been a part of. But some of his interceptions in training camp was on his own fault. As you saw, he's still having that same problem with that, even in training camp. As a
Yep.
veteran, he's still having those same problems. Not the tips. It was probably one pass that's been tipped the whole training camp, and the rest of them is all his fault. But other than that, they will lose. They would have Tony Pollard out for half of the season with the broken leg because he broke it kind of late. But you got Deuce Vaughn, who's been really standing out for the Dallas Cowboys, who looks really promising coming up out of the backfield. Will he hold up enough for Tony Pollard to get back? That remains to be seen. CeeDee Lamb proving that he can be a number one last year. I think Michael Gallup coming off the ACL injury did not look great at all. They did get Brandon Cooks, though, who's going to help in that locker room. Brandon Cooks is going to definitely help in that locker room. He still can be a 1,000-yard receiver in the league. And you got the tight end. I believe the tight end position, Dalton Schultz, is another huge loss for them in the passing game. But they did get Luke Schumacher. They did get him. They still got some capable tight ends who can play and who can catch, who can pass block. But their defense can create turnovers with DeMarcus Lawrence and Michael Parsons, who's moving to the full-time DN position, who's moving there. It'll be interesting to see how he plays there. You got one of the top corners in the National Football League in Trayvon Diggs. I like the Dallas Cowboys, but it's the same stuff every year. It's gonna be the same stuff every year. Which round they're gonna lose in, the first or the second round? It just really doesn't matter. It's still gonna be the same Dallas Cowboys every year. They would do enough to make the playoffs, but won't do enough to make the Super Bowl. But other than that, Mike McCarthy think his job is on the line this year. I think really his job is actually on the line this year if he doesn't get the job done, if he doesn't at least get to an NFC Championship game, which is, that would not happen. That would not happen if you know the history of the Dallas Cowboys right now. 25, 28 years of mediocrity and losing in the second round. That remains to be that's something to be laughed at right there, because I'm a true Cowboys hater and I do not like the Dallas Cowboys at all. And like I say, It's just fun to watch them, go 28 years without winning a Super Bowl. So other than that, it's the same stuff with the Dallas Cowboys. Good enough to make the playoffs, but not good enough to win a Super Bowl. And I think it's going, if they don't get it done, I think it's going to be a coaching change. It's going to be a coaching change for Mike McCarthy. I think his job is actually on the line this year.
Oh man, I love to hear that because I can't stand the Cowboys either. Like the rivalry between us and the Cowboys goes all the way back to the 70s, man, when we beat their ass in the Super Bowl twice. And the last time they won the Super Bowl, I was a newborn. They beat us in the Super Bowl. Fuck you, Neil O'Donnell. But yeah. But yeah, the Cowboys, they haven't made the NFC Championship since then. But like I said, there's always expectations for them. But, I think you just nailed everything I wanted to talk about. I don't trust Dak doing it all on his own. He has never been a clutch quarterback to me. Tony Pollard is the better option between him and Zeke, but, he's coming off of an injury as well. He needs to be healthy. And, aside from CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup, I really don't know if Dallas's offense is going to be as productive now that pretty much Mike McCarthy is calling the shots on offense now. Stephon Gilmore was a good pickup for him, and first-round defensive tackle Mazi Smith as well. But Jerry Jones, he's just become the bottom line poster child of the NFL. All he cares about is money and nothing else. So my ceiling with the Cowboys is Dak just finally proves to everybody that he is capable of carrying the team on his shoulders. Offense picks up where it left off, and they make us look like fools sitting here using Kellen Moore as a scapegoat, really. So I think Dallas's ceiling is about 13 wins, and I'm not saying they're a Super Bowl contender. Like you said, they're good, but not good enough. I think the furthest they go is they finally get back to the NFC Championship for the first time since 96. And my floor with them, well, Dak just shows that he can't do it all on his own. And, the defense is still tough, but, when you have your quarterback constantly failing you and constantly just giving the opponent prime position to get set up, it's going to tire out your defense right there. Of course, Stephon Gilmore is a good pickup, but he's starting to get a little bit old. You got Trayvon Diggs. He's basically the Jameis Winston of cornerbacks. But, Micah Parsons, I think he's an incredible talent. But if it comes down to that, it's just going to be him and DeMarcus Lawrence on defense right there. So my floor with Dallas is that they still can't. They might. I think they'll steal one game from Philly because the Eagles always struggle in Dallas. They always seem to have the Giants number, but the Giants got really good in the offseason. And, they got taken to the woodshed by Washington in Week 18. You might say it was a throwaway game, but still they lost badly to Washington. So I think just more competition in the NFC East arising. Dallas, they could have a floor of about 6 wins. But my prediction for Dallas, this may sound controversial. I only have them winning 9 games this year. I do not like that they fire Kellen. Well, I hate the Cowboys, so I guess I can say I love they fire Kellen Moore. But as an unbiased football fan, I don't like that they fire Kellen Moore. I don't think Mike McCarthy's clutch, and I don't think Dak is clutch. I think the Giants improved, and that's the Sunday night game, by the way, in Week 1. So that's going to be an interesting game. And I just don't think they're good enough to beat Philly, too. So I just don't think the Cowboys are as good as people say. I have them with my actual prediction of 9-8.
Oh, I'm not mad at that at all. You ain't getting no argument about me because that's possible. And would I love that to happen? Yes, I would love that for that to happen and for them not make the playoffs at all. So because there'll be another year of mediocrity, another year we can all laugh at them, and there'll be another year that you can show that Dak Prescott is really not the guy. But other than that, but due to the NFC East not being so really well touted outside of Philadelphia Eagles, and you got the 49ers, who's still going to be good. Outside of that, I don't know which other team I can actually pick to be the third best team in the NFC, because it's not like AFC. You don't know. AFC, nothing is a bad pick. It just seemed like really nothing is a bad pick. Nothing is a bad pick. So outside of the NFC not being as good, and the AFC just basically is just a powerhouse. It's just, for Dallas, this is a lot of pressure, man. They gotta perform well. They gotta break through. But I think the teams that are going to be in that way is the team that we know that you mentioned. The Philadelphia Eagles and the 49ers are just that good of better teams. They're going to run in and that, or they're going to run into a team, if they do make a wild card, they're going to run into a team who's just evenly matched as them, and they can very much lose that.
That's right. Okay, moving on now to the Denver Broncos. Obviously, the biggest headline for them last year was the big trade with Russell Wilson with Seattle, which they completely failed at, because now the Seahawks used their draft picks to get even better, and Russell Wilson just had a horrific season last year. And to say Denver failed last year is a massive understatement. But they did some patch-up work in the offseason. They got a new head coach, and that defense is still tough. So we'll just see how the Broncos fare this year. What's your ceiling and floor with them?
Oh, what's so funny about last year with the Denver Broncos? It was really funny though. But I think, them hiring that coach that they actually hire, I think they were set to get Aaron Rodgers. I think that was supposed to be Aaron Rodgers in the situation. But other than that, it just proved that, he wasn't ready to be a head coach as you had thought it to be, Nathaniel Hackett. So you knew when they played the first game against the Seattle Seahawks, they're moving the ball up and down the field. They had 2 fumbles at the goal line, which pretty much cost them the game. But if you look at the situation football, so many times when you watch Denver, you be like, Nathaniel Hackett, what are you doing? You decide to kick a 60-yard field goal instead of going for it on 4th and 5. Their offense was clearly moving the ball. I know they had 16 points, but if you look at the actual game, you look at Melvin Gordon had a fumble. Green had a fumble at the goal line. And then they were actually moving the football very well. And Russell Wilson was playing a very good football game. Actually, he was playing a very good football game and finding his wide open receivers and the tight end that they just let go to the Philadelphia Eagles, who was really good as well. But you decide to kick a 60-yard field goal, and you take too long. You call a timeout before that just to kick a field goal. A 60-yard field goal, which made no sense at all. Then you do the same thing actually in the Colts game. You had a 4th and 1. Instead of kicking a field goal when your defense was clearly shutting them out to go up 6, you decide to go for it on 4th and 1, which is I'm not mad at. But the call, you decide to throw the Stephon Gilmore away, and you throw an interception. They go down now, they kick a field goal, they win it in the overtime, and then you have to bring a coach in to help you manage timeouts and manage the overall thing of the game. That was just some incredible craziness, and then you lose the locker room. You got guys yelling at each other. I don't know when it was the last time offensive lineman actually yelled at Russell Wilson. I don't remember that. If someone can tell me that, just tell me that. But I don't remember the last time an offensive lineman yelled in Russell Wilson's face. That's just how bad the Broncos was overall as a football team, and that's just how bad as the coach were. That's just how bad he was overall as coaching. But other than that, maybe he's a better offensive coordinator over that with the Jets. We will see that. But other than that, was a lot of problems going on with the Denver Broncos. Their defense was legit last year. Their defense kept them in a lot of those football games. Got an elite cornerback in Patrick Surtain. You got a very good defensive. You still got a good defensive line without Bradley Chubb. You got one of the best safeties in the game in Justin Simmons over there. Their defense is going to no doubt be legit. I think Sean Payton will make a splash on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think it's going to be that much better anyway, because I think Jared Jeudy is having some problems. Cortland Sutton is also having some problems. Their receiving core is always injured and always beat up. So I still got my questions on that side of the ball. I would say they'd be better than last year, but not that much in the win total. I would just say 6-11. That's just how I'm gonna say it. I don't think they would be that much different than what they were last year. I think Sean Payton will help to do the offense to some degree, but I don't see them being that much better. I just see their defense keeping them in every football game, just like they did last year. The offense just wasn't good enough. Just ain't gonna be good enough because you're gonna have so many problems and so many injuries at the receiving core. I just think that's going to be too much for the Denver Broncos. So my actual record for Denver, I have them at 6-11, 6-11. My the ceiling, if everything breaks right, I know the defense is going to be good. The ceiling is 8-9. That's but the record is 6-11 for me, but the ceiling is 8-9.
Yeah, Denver's a sketchy team. I agree. I mean, Sean Payton was a really good hire for him, and if there's anyone that can bring Russell Wilson back to like 2019, 2020 for him, it's him. Um, but they did lose a couple of really big pieces in the offseason, like Draymond Jones. That's going to hurt him. But Zach Allen was brought in, and I think he can do a good enough job to replace him. Mike McGlinchey was brought in. Ben Powers was brought in. Samardzija Perine, like I said earlier, he gives a really good running back insurance. And, I think they're getting Javonte Williams back from knee surgery. And, the thing with the Broncos for me is that I know what they're capable of doing with offense, but I just don't really think that they patched it up a whole lot in the offseason. I just think that they really kind of focused on the defense a little bit more, which was already stacked. They got a phenomenal defense over there in Denver, but I don't know. When you're in a loaded division that has Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert, and I can't really call the Raiders, an explosive quarterback type of team, but the Raiders also have the Broncos number as well. I just don't think they did enough as far as the offense goes, which is why my record prediction for them is around the same as you. I have them winning like 7 games this year. But if all goes well, Russell Wilson just balls out, defense just benefits him, and Sean Payton picks up where he left off in New Orleans. I think this is no doubt a team that can make a deep playoff run with about 12, 13 wins. But I think the floor is a literal repeat of last year. Russell Wilson just has another horrific year, and the trade just is like Herschel Walker 2.0 for him. So I think at worst, Denver's looking at about another 4-win season, but I think they improved a little bit enough to be a little more competitive, but I just still think this is a mediocre team that's just not going anywhere. So 7-10 is my prediction for Denver.
Yep. They also drafted 2 guys that I like in the draft too. One should help out their offense a little bit, but like we said, I don't think it's going to jump too much, make a jump difference. Skinner is really good from out of Boise State, and Marvin Mims that they got a dynamic receiver out of Oklahoma. I think he should help take the top off the defense. But other than that, I don't think it's an offense will change too much outside of last year. I just think their defense is going to keep them in a lot of games, but I think their offense will be just pretty much almost the same, inconsistent as it was last year.
Absolutely. Now, let's head on to a team that I am incredibly high on this year, and a lot of people should be. That is, believe it or not, the Detroit Lions. The Lions last year missed the playoffs after a rough start, but they had a great run to close out the second half, and it included going up to Lambeau on Sunday night in Week 18, beating the Packers in Lambeau to eliminate them from playoff contention, which is the closest thing the Lions have had to a playoff win since the early 90s. But the Lions, man, do they have expectations this year, man? And I am definitely on board with them. I like the direction that they're going. I love how they play for Dan Campbell. I think Jared Goff has rejuvenized his career. What is your ceiling and floor with the Lions, man?
Well, my ceiling, I am very much with you, agreements with you. I'm very high on them. 9-8 season, they struggled out of the gate last year. They started off at 2-6, but they were the hottest team going down the stretch. And you have to like Dan Campbell motivation and him being able to motivate guys and getting guys to buy in and to get guys to play. So them guys really like Dan Campbell. They really cut for him. And Dan Campbell really loves those guys, man. You saw it in the press conference last year, how he was crying because how much he loved the team, and the team competed for him, and they definitely showed it. And Jared Goff has had a very good underrated 2 years, man. Underrated 2 years with the Detroit Lions. Like you said, he really rejuvenated his career after getting tossed to the wolves by the Rams, basically saying he was the reason why they couldn't get over the top. But insult, they ended up in a championship. They ended up in a championship, so you can kind of say it was probably the right move for the team at that point of the time. But right now, you got to be happy where you're at. Their secondary got better. They went out and got secondary help, something that they needed last year. I mean, Cam Sutton, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, they got him for the from the Eagles last year, who was an All-Pro at his position last year. So again, you traded away Jeff Okuda. You get Brian Branch, who's one of the top safeties in the draft, who I consistently raved about. He's going to help out that secondary. They got better on the secondary. Their defensive line was really good. Got pressure on the defensive line consistently. It's not a lot of names outside of Aiden Hutchinson that you can say on the defensive line, but they're really good. They're really good. No names that you really don't actually know that gets to the quarterback, and their offense is really absolutely something serious. I mean, they traded away Hawkinson, but they get someone, Matt Laporta, who's going to come in and help them instantly on the offensive side of the ball. Plus, you did lose Jamal Williams. You did lose him, your big red zone threat, but you gained Montgomery back for the Bears, who was really good, who was running behind a bad offensive line. And you got Jahmyr Gibbs in the draft, an explosive young guy, man. This offense is going to be really something special. I got them in a wild card situation at 10-7. I think they're making the playoffs. And I think, depending on the matchup in the first round, they can easily win a first round matchup due to dynamics of their offensive side of the ball and their secondary improvement. I got to shout out somebody as well. Shout out to Terry Glenn, Coach Glenn, who started his career as a Texan, who played for the Houston Texans in his career with the Houston Texans. So he's a secondary coach over there in Detroit. So again, Detroit got some big things coming, and I'm very high up on Detroit. I definitely love what Detroit going. I definitely love the direction they're going in.
Couldn't have said it better myself, man. I said it about a month ago. The Lions are my surprise team this year. I think they take the NFC North this year because they don't have as much competition anymore. I think the Vikings are incredibly overrated. The Bears, they're getting better, but they're not quite there yet. And they don't have, like the Bears as well, they don't have to worry about Aaron Rodgers anymore. But I don't think even that's much of a concern because they swept Green Bay last year with Aaron Rodgers. So I guess the Packers are now that team, as Aaron Rodgers referred to the Lions as. So it's funny how the tables have turned. Everyone thought the Lions were left for dead when Matthew Stafford left them, but I think they're even better without Matthew Stafford. This is a team that's going to put a lot of points on the board this year. Their draft did get a lot of mixed reviews because of the whole thing with Jamal Williams.
Yeah.
But David Montgomery's not bad. And of course, you mentioned Jahmyr Gibbs. He's really explosive in the backfield. I love that Jack Campbell pick because those are two positions that really needed to be patched up on, and they got him cheap as well. Definitely Brian Branch is good value as well at safety. Sam Laporta. And, also another former Steeler, Cam Sutton, as I've seen him play for a couple years. He's really starting to get better reads on the ball. I think he's going to be a really good benefit to their secondary right there. Emmanuel Mosley and C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the secondary as well. This Detroit team is going to be a lot of fun to watch this year.
Yep.
And I think for my ceiling, I think if all goes well, this could be the best Lions team that we've seen since Sweetness was there.
Yep.
You could possibly look at 12, 13 wins for their ceiling
Yep.
and definitely win a couple of playoff games. I mean, when's the last time the Lions were in the NFC Championship? Like since
Yep.
91, 92, somewhere around there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a long time. The floor, though, let's just say the floor is the Lions are all hyped this year, and they get off to another rough start and they don't, recover from it this time, because very rarely can a team get off to as poor of a start as they did and just have a great second half and finish up barely missing the playoffs. If that happens to the Lions again this year, I don't think it's going to be of a storybook ending for them. Obviously they actually open up the season this coming Thursday night. They go to Arrowhead to play the Chiefs. That's going to be, in my opinion, I think it's good that they play Kansas City week 1 because that's by far the hardest game on their schedule, and they just get it out of the way early on, and then they can just focus on the rest of the season. So do I expect Detroit to win that game? I don't think they're good enough to hang with a team, to beat a team like Kansas City yet, but I do think they'll give the Chiefs a really good game just because of their offense right there. But I really do like the direction the Lions are headed. They beat everyone in the division last year, and I think they're ready to take that next step forward because they look like the most improved team in that division. I'm saying Detroit finishes 11-6 this year.
I'm definitely high on Detroit.
Yeah. And I'm a big Campbell fan.
I love him, man. I love him.
He gives me Bill Cowher kind of vibes.
I love him.
Yeah, he's a guy. Yeah, he's a tough blue collar football guy. He gets loud. He screams. He gets the most out of his players. Like I love Campbell. I think he's a really good head coach.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Dan Campbell. That dude gets guys to play. He gets guys to play, and he's a very good motivator. He's one of those player coaches. He's one of those player coaches who's got the right coaching system around him and everything. But the Lions definitely going to be scary. I think they can play a very decent game with the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they will have success. They will be able to move the football. But the only thing about that in that game, can you put it in the end zone consistently against Kansas City? They're going to have some success moving the football in the passing game and in the run game. Can they put it in the end zone consistently and not turn the ball over? I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's right. And yes, I was talking about Barry Sanders. I just swapped the nicknames. Thanks, Robert. All right. Speaking of the Packers, let's talk about them next. And before I do, just want to again mention me and Dante are part of the Sports Wave chat and network. We are going to be live every Sunday morning before the games start to just talk about the games and give predictions, etc. Be sure to sub him up. I have his link posted in the description box down below. And sub up to the Snake Sportscast, where you can find the streams that we will be having. So moving on now to the Green Bay Packers. Well, biggest headline for them, Aaron Rodgers is gone. Second year without Devontae Adams as well. This is looking like just a one-dimensional team with the defense. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. I just froze for a second.
Yeah, you did. I got you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. So I was just saying, what's your ceiling and floor with Green Bay?
Oh, okay. My ceiling and floor in Green Bay. My floor, my ceiling is 7 wins. My ceiling is 7 wins. I think this year they get 5 wins this year, 5, 6 wins. But other than that, that's my actual prediction: 5, 6 wins, 6 win. I think they'd be 6-11. I think that's the bottom. That's the bottom of the division. I think Jordan Love. I got to see him play in the actual regular season game, like against Chicago. I think their defense has some good losses too. Adrian Amos, they lost him. That's going to be a big loss. That's a huge pickup for the New York Jets. It's a huge pickup for the New York Jets right there. I think their running game is pretty solid. KJ Dillon and AJ Dillon and Jones is pretty solid, but pretty 1-2 punch. And Jones can also help be an extension of the passing game. Romeo Dobbs had a big preseason and training camp. He should be better. But I think a lot of those losses are gonna definitely hurt him. This coming season. You heard some rumbling about Bakhtiari kind of wanting out a little bit up on the offensive line. Musgrove looking really good. He looks really promising right now, the rookie out of Oregon State. So I think they're going to have a lot of bumps and bruises. Not sold on Jordan Love as of right now, as of yet, being the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers. Not sold on him quite yet. I think for me, my record is 6-11. But I think the ceiling, if Jordan Love can hit his ceiling the right way, and these receivers like Christian Watson and everybody can get better, I think their ceiling is 8 wins. I think they can win 8 games, but I got 6-11.
I totally agree with you about the Packers. This is my second team, honestly, that should be in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes. Because I've said if they're way under 500 at their bye week or something like that, they should just punt the season. I think they should just punt the season no matter what. But like if they're way under 500, then yeah, it's for nothing. Jordan Love, they don't know what they fully have in him, so he's going to be under a lot of pressure in Green Bay up there. But also, you got Aaron Jones and Dillon, like you mentioned. They're really good in the backfield, but Christian Watson, he's going to have to really step it up on his own. They also put in Jaden Reed and Luke Musgrave, like you said, and Tucker Kraft early in the draft as well. So I think also losing, their defensive ends is going to sting them a little bit. But their defense is still strong enough to keep them in games, but it's just not going to be enough for them to be fully competitive. Aaron Rodgers was just the team, It's crazy to think that I'm sitting down here saying for the first time pretty much ever since I started watching football all the way back in 2002 when I was 7 years old. It's crazy to think that pretty much for the first time, I'm sitting here saying the Packers have a quarterback problem because they had Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers all these years. Now they have an undetermined future with it. So they're the last team that I can say that has a quarterback problem going in this year. So my ceiling with them, lightning strikes a second time with Jordan Love. He does what Aaron Rodgers did. He explodes off the scene like he did under Brett Favre, and Jordan Love does the same because he was under Aaron Rodgers. And Christian Watson turns in a great year. The weapons that they picked up in the draft and free agency come along, and Matt LaFleur shows that he is a capable coach and just doesn't, piggyback off of Aaron Rodgers like a lot of people say Mike McCarthy did. So my ceiling with Green Bay, I think if all goes right, they can win, and the defense is still strong too. They show that they don't miss those 2 losses that they had on the D-line. I think they can maybe win 9 or 10 games. They open up against the Bears, like we said earlier, and Rodgers or no Rodgers, they've had great success against them, but now it's going to be interesting to see how that rivalry goes. My floor with them, I think, is pretty obvious. Like I said, way under 500 at the bye. Just use this as a sacrifice season and hope that you get the number 1 overall pick. And if Green Bay is really committed to a tank, I think their floor is about 3-14. But, But I'll be a little generous and give them 6 or 7 wins.
That's right there. Hey, that thrill, you're not the only one think their floor is 3-14. We got a partner that think their floor is actually 3-14. So I'm not mad at it at all. But I just Jordan
Yeah,
Love, he's the key. He's the key to I think Jordan Love is the key to their season. For him
definitely.
being that Aaron parent to Aaron Rodgers, and it took Aaron Rodgers a while to play as well. But again, you seen a lot of things in Aaron Rodgers. You seen a transcendent talent. We haven't came close to seeing that in Jordan Love, but I guess we'll see that coming up
No,
this coming season, starting with the Bears.
absolutely. Okay, let's talk about your team now and the Texans. So the Texans, they're gonna have a little bit more expectations this year. Obviously, last year didn't go so great for them, but they did bring in some big pieces from the 49ers which, the 49ers, for as good of a team they are, I think it's very beneficial for a young team like the Texans down there to learn off of that, and they can possibly improve. So, what are your thoughts on your team this year?
Well, I think my team, for us, being a Texan fan, I done seen a lot of bad, especially, starting with last year when we gave Lovey Smith an opportunity. Things wasn't really as good outside in the locker room. Didn't use Derek Stingley the right way. Use him as his own coverage guy. He's not his own coverage guy. He's a man-to-man type of corner coming up out of the draft. The players didn't like being around Lovey Smith. The players didn't like him. And I know it was a lot of speculation, about losing that last game, winning that last game. To Davis Mills finally decide to turn into a hero at that point after having a shit game earlier in the game. But the Colts defense was absolutely horrendous throughout that last second of the ball game. But other than that, Lovie Smith was the right guy to be fired because again, he was just nothing more than stopgap. David Culley, he's been a special team. He's been a receivers coach for 20 years. Do everybody really think he was gonna be a coach to lead this team? I don't think he was going to be a coach to lead this team. So those two guys was the nothing but bridge coaches. And that set up the D'Amico Ryans, who like everybody wanted. Everybody wanted that needed a head coach that wanted him. I mean, he turned down Denver twice just to be over here, and that opened up the door for Sean Payton. Even Arizona wanted him. So it speaks highly of how much respect he got around the league. And he developed talent. He developed talent as well on the defensive side of the ball. Fred Warner, a third round pick, he's an all pro. He's an all pro. Ofanga, think about Ofanga, man. He was a late round pick or not undrafted, all pro. Aziz Ashier, who left to go to the Titans, he was good. So I know a lot of that is Robert Sala that drafted, but D'Amico Ryans developed the guys. D'Amico Ryans developed the guys to turn these guys into all pro. Jimmy Ward was one of a top 12 safety last year in coverage. So I like that pickup. I like the pickup of Devin Singletary, who was the main back over there in Buffalo. He had 800 yards last year, but we already talked about Buffalo, who don't run the ball as much. He's going to be behind Damian Pierce, who had a great season last year. I mean, until he got hurt, he had 1,000 all-purpose yards. He was one of the toughest running backs to tackle last year. He was very good in the yak yards. He's got to do a better job in blocking. And Davis Mills just proving that he's just a backup. He's not a good quarterback. He's not a good starting quarterback. We gave him a pass on the year before we lost Tyrod Taylor. He had a good season, but last couple of years, he just not have proven that he can be a starting quarterback in the league. Decision making regressed. The accuracy regressed a lot. We haven't had the best of receivers. Nico Collins got some upside, but he can't stay on the field. So that's why I kind of like what we did this year in the draft. We adjusted everything that we needed on the offensive line. The offensive line is much more better than what it was last year. Shaq Mason is fine. He's okay. He's going to be very good. Larry Tonto is a top 3 offensive lineman in football. He's a top 3 offensive lineman in football. Kenyon Green, very disappointed in him, but we got Drew Scruggs, who should be coming back soon, who's going to miss 3 to 4 weeks. We did end up getting your boy Kendrick Green, who everybody hated, but he's going to be a backup. He's going to He's going to try to do enough to hold off until my boy Drew Scruggs comes back, or Titus Howard comes back, they should be on the go to come back. But he is going to be a backup. He's going to be a backup. But CJ Stroud, we had to get a quarterback. We had to get a quarterback. That's the main thing. I think that's going to keep us afloat. CJ Stroud is one of the top tier quarterbacks in the draft. Him and Bryce Young. Very good tape at Ohio State. I think he showed some promise. Like I said, in the preseason, he came out, did very well against the Miami Dolphins. A performance we really needed as Texans fans because they were killing him on that interception versus the Patriots. They were killing him, saying he was a bust. You know, you get all these bust speculations when a rookie make a mistake. You get all these bust expectations, and he showed that what he can do in New Orleans Saints game and the Dolphins game. So I like our ceiling where we're going. I got us 7-10. I think we're going to finish third in the division. Our ceiling is 8-9. It's 8-9. I think this is a big year with the most money in cap space for us this next season. And us, if we get better, we're going to potentially get some more free agencies and stuff like that. We got a top 14 pick as of right now in the draft. I feel good about us with D'Amico Ryans knowing what he's doing on the defensive side of the ball and him knowing how to game plan. I like that. I got a 7-10, and the ceiling is 8-9. So, but I got the actual record is 7-10. I think we're going to be competitive. We can be competitive in the division. My problem is outside of the division. Last year we were 3-2 in the division. We were 3-2-1 with the tie in the division. So that tells you we can compete within anybody in the division. Outside of the division is where we really struggled at. We didn't win a game outside of the division, and that was crushing last year. We didn't win a game outside of the division. So I think outside of the division, I think it's some games in there that we could win. So I can see a 7-10 record, a very massive improvement for the Houston Texans next year for this coming season.
Yeah, definitely. The Texans, I don't think they're, good enough to really compete with anyone in the AFC, but I definitely don't think they're bad enough to tank, because now they got, Yin's got your guys in CJ Stroud. D'Amico Ryans was a really good hire for you down there. Really good defensive mind. Really good defensive mind right there. And the Texans, they got a good young defense that's going to have some building blocks to improve on. And, I love that you said that. I love how you mentioned, they were crucifying the interception against the Patriots. I mean,
yeah,
it's a rookie mistake,
Yep.
Same thing with Steeler fans with Kenny Pickett last year. I mean, that Sunday night game we had against the Dolphins, everyone was so ready to write off Kenny Pickett. They were calling him a bust. If you actually watched that game, yeah, he threw four picks in that game. But here's the thing. One of them shouldn't have even happened because he overshot. I can't remember if it was Deontay Johnson or Claypool. I'm pretty sure it was Claypool, though. But he overshot him, and Claypool tripped over his own 2 feet, and it just happened to be an interception. Okay?
Yeah.
If he stays on his feet, that's just an overshot ball and an incomplete pass.
Yeah.
The second one shouldn't have happened either because, Dan Moore took back-to-back holding penalties, whatever it was, and then the next play after that just happened to be a pick. So that pick shouldn't have even happened because we shouldn't have even been in that situation. Yep. And then the last pick that he threw, okay, I'll put that one on him. It's a rookie mistake. He's trying to force a pass into multiple coverage. You get picks off at the end of the game. That's just a rookie mistake. But I can totally understand when you're like, it's a rookie, lay off of him, call off the fire chance, whatever it is. I think CJ Stroud's going to be fine. I think he has a good head on his shoulders. I think he's a smart football player. I think the Texans really did make significant improvements in the offseason. And honestly, I don't think it's a pencil in for last place for them like a lot of people are saying. I mean, Indianapolis has to really rise up to the ranks this year, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. But honestly, last place is not reserved for Houston this year, in my opinion. So I still think Houston's just in that transition and that rebuild phase. I got them winning 6 games this year, but my ceiling for them everything goes right. The young kids stand up and CJ Stroud comes on the scene. The defense just does well. I think Houston can win about 8 or 9 games as far as their ceiling goes. Because, you mentioned it's a good point. They did pretty well in the division last year. They beat every team at least once. And I think it's just those games outside the division, like you
Yeah.
said, which is what killed them.
Yep.
The floor for them, obviously rookie mistakes. The youth just has a lot of hiccups in the road, and it's another rough year for Houston. Probably 4 wins is their floor, in my opinion.
Yep.
But I really do think the Texans made significant improvement in this offseason. I don't think they're going to be as bad as what people say.
Yep, man. Like you said, man, you hit the nail like right on the head, literally right on the head. And those losses last year, we lost 8 close games. We
Yep.
we should have beat the Chiefs. We should have beat the Chiefs on the fumble that happened in Davis Mills, and the very next play, they running into the end zone with Jared McKinnon. We was in the game with the Eagles. We were tied at 14 in the middle of the third quarter. You know what happened? Davis Mills decides to throw an interception, pick the time to throw a interception and give them great field position. They end up scoring. Now we had a bad run defense last year, but I think our defensive line improved as well, getting Sheldon Rankins as well. That's a big pickup for us on the defensive line. We drafted Dylan Horton, who's gonna play for the rookie out of TCU, who's got some promising upside on the defensive line. And this is Jonathan Green-Gennard's contract year. If he can stay healthy, he can be something on the defensive line. And Will Anderson Jr., who we actually moved up to get, who D'Amico Ryans loved. He's going to play on the edge a lot. So I can't wait. If this defense is really good, I'm banking on this defense to be our strongest suit. I think the offense is going to take some time, but I'm banking on our defense to be very good as everything expected. And you hit the nail right up on the head with the ceiling.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about another AFC South opponent in the Indianapolis Colts. As I'm just going to get it right out of the way. To me, the Colts are very boomer bust this year. They finally ended the Matt Ryan experiment. He's in the broadcast booth now. And before that, it was Phillip Rivers. I mean, the Colts have just been suffering heavily since Andrew Luck's retirement. And, they're just going through what a lot of other teams go through when they lose a generational talent at quarterback like that. So they get Anthony Richardson. They think they have their guy. Jeff Saturday's stint is over. They get Shane Steichen from Philly, who helped work with Jalen Hurts. So there is obviously a lot of expectations for the Colts this year. So what do you think about the Colts?
I think the Colts are the worst team in the AFC South or the AFC South. I think having Jonathan Taylor disgruntled, I think that's going to hurt the game of Anthony Richardson and a little bit of the development of him because he won't have the guys stacking the box. They're going to make him throw the football. They're going to make him be a passer. Michael Pittman Jr. cannot stay on the field, cannot stay healthy. You do got Alec Pierce, but like I say, Alec Pierce is an okay receiver, but not one of those receivers that you can be scared of. And their offensive line still may be deteriorating a little bit. I like the defense. The defense is pretty solid, with DeForest Buckner and Kwity Paye on the defensive line. They're pretty solid. EJ Speed as well is pretty good. You also got Shaquille Leonard coming back for a full season and Franklin at the linebacker position. And you also got Nick Cross at safety. So I like their defense. Their defense is competitive, but their offense will be definitely a question to watch. So like I said, I think they're the worst team in the AFC South. And I got them. I think they're going to win 5 games this year. I got them 5-12 this year. If if everything breaks right, Anthony Richardson hit his ceiling the right way. James Steichen can get everything, get all the status up out of him. I think their ceiling can be easily 9 wins. The way their defense could play, the way the defense can be consistent. Their defense is actually good. They have one of the best slot corners in the game, and Kenny Moore. So other than that, but my actual prediction is 5-11 and 5-12 for them. I don't think they're going to be very good, and I think Jonathan Taylor is going to be a big loss to Anthony Richardson. I think not having him in the backfield is going to be a big loss for the Indianapolis Colts. So I got them 5-11, 5-12.
Yeah, definitely. The Colts are just so boom or bust, like I said. I mean, I think their whole season relies on what Anthony Richardson's going to do because that's like pretty much like a running back by committee type of offense right there because he's a good thrower, but he can also use his legs really well. And you still got Jonathan Taylor in the backfield as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what Indy does in that department right there. Isaiah McKenzie, that was a really good addition for him, and Josh Downs to replace Paris Campbell is good. But
Yep,
overall, overall, I just don't really expect Indy to just come on, just come to life like this, like everyone's saying that they are, and they just figure it out overnight just because you get a young quarterback thrown in there like that. And plus, I still think Jonathan Taylor is a good running back, but as far as him being a superstar goes, I can't say that. You know,
gotcha.
he needs to stay healthy at the same time. Indy's defense still has some questions to work on. So, altogether, I think this adds up to possibly a last place finish, like you said.
Yep,
But if all goes well and Anthony Richardson does live up to the hype and the new coach that they have, the new coach they have just clicks so well with him, I really think the Colts are good enough to be a wild card team, maybe win 9-10 games. But my floor, like I said, last place in the AFC South. Richardson just goes through the rookie growing pains, and the offense just becomes stale. So, yeah, my floor with Indy is probably your record prediction of about 5-12.
yep.
But I just really think the Colts are just another mediocre team that just isn't going to make a whole lot of noise. I got them going 7-10.
Got you. That's a good one to have right there. I think Anthony Richardson, he's the rawest quarterback, coming in this draft. And I also think, when if he hits his ceiling, he can be probably one of the best quarterback in the draft if he hits the ceiling, if he hits on the ceiling. But he's gonna have some bumps and bruises, man. Again, you gotta expect that if you're Shane Steichen, you gotta expect, him to have some bumps and bruises again. Against that Eagles game, he played in the Eagles preseason game. You got a lot of flock for that as so because again, what's his main weakness is him being able to throw the ball consistently. Throw the ball consistently. And he went by like I think 6 for 17 in that game, which was not really good. But when he go out there and play NFL defenses, real actual first day ones, he's gonna have some problems with those. But if he hits his ceiling right, he can be probably almost, the toughest quarterback in this draft. But if he doesn't, he can also turn into a bust really easy if he doesn't.
Yeah, for sure. All right. And then we got yet another AFC South team in the Jags upcoming next. So Jacksonville, along with the Giants, were the biggest surprise team in the NFL last year. Trevor Lawrence finally taking that leap and playing like the quarterback that everyone hyped him up to be. And I think that has a lot of credit to go to Doug Peterson, who was literally second behind Brian Dable for Coach of the Year for me. Jacksonville, they had that amazing comeback in the playoffs against the Chargers, and they honestly could have beaten Kansas City in the playoffs, but still, I mean, the Jags are headed in the right direction. They got good in this offseason, and they have a bright future ahead of them. What do you think of the Jags this year?
I think the Jags are a really good squad. I think they're a really good squad. I got them 10-7. My bad. I got them 10-7 this year. That's enough to win the division. It took only 9 wins last year to win the divisions. The only thing different, they won more games outside of the division than the Houston Texans. They won more games. They just did better outside of the division. But the promising factor was last year, Travis Etienne Coming off the ACL injury, having 1,100 yards, that's played a big part of, Trevor Lawrence is not having so much pressure on him. But he did have a great second half of the season. I think 9 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. Got to give him credit for that. And Doug Peterson clearly changed the vibe of the locker room and the vibe of the team. I don't think Aaron Myers shouldn't have been an NFL head coach. I knew it wouldn't work out as being in the NFL. It's way different than when you're coaching college kids. It's way different. And he found out about that. He found out about that when he got pretty much fired, pretty much. But other than that, it was a different tone in the locker room, with Doug Peterson in there. And he done a very good job of managing Trevor Lawrence and limited his turnovers, and the run game was really good, man. Travis Etienne was really good. Zay Jones, Zay Jones proven to be solid for them, very solid for them as well. The defense was really surprising. Defense was really surprising. And like I said, they got some very good upside on the defensive side of the ball as well. So I like the Jaguars. Think they do enough to win the division. Their ceiling, if Trevor Lawrence turns elite this year, 12 wins, easily 12 wins. But I think they make it to the playoffs with a 10-7 record, because if you win the AFC South, you're automatic you're gonna make it to the playoffs. You can't be in second place in the AFC South. That never worked. That never happened. 2 teams are not going to make the playoffs in the AFC South, but I believe the Jaguars will make the playoffs and they will finish at 10-7. I like their defense. I like Tyson Campbell. I also like my boy Double O that plays on that squad, the linebacker. He's really, really good. He had a great season last year at the linebacker position. Trayvon Walker should take a big leap up as well. He was the number 1 overall pick last year, so it's a lot of pressure on him to perform this year to take another leap up. So I like this Jaguars team. I got them going 10-7. I think they're the front runners to win this division, and depending on who they play in the playoffs, they could be a tough first round out.
Yeah, definitely. With me, the difference between the Jags and the Titans is that Tennessee, they kind of won the division by default for the past couple of seasons. But the Jags, they actually earned it because Tennessee kept coming up short in the playoffs because the Jags actually won a playoff game. And they did it with that insane comeback as well. And now the Jags built off of that and they got better. Like, even without much cap space with the impact that they had last season, they just found a way to get better. I like getting Anton Harrison in the first round to add insurance right there. Calvin Ridley, he was reinstated with his gambling thing. And I think Evan Ingram and Travis Etienne have been 2 really standouts as far as, Trevor Lawrence's weaponry goes. Defense is really improved for Jacksonville. I think this is a really underrated defense in the league. But losing Arden Key and Dwayne Smoot and Shaquille Griffin, I think, will not kill them, but it'll sting them just a little bit. But overall, Doug Peterson's done a great job down there in Duval County, and there's a lot to be excited about with the Jags. This is a team that I just think is for real, and they're not going to win this division by default. I agree with your record prediction. I think this is about a 10-win team right here. But the ceiling for them, for me, is that they just take it to a whole other level this year, and they have almost like a season like they did in 99 where they won 14 games that year. I think if everything goes right for them, they can win about 3 more games and get 13 wins on the year and make it to the AFC Championship. Because like I said, they had Kansas City on the ropes for a lot of time in that divisional game, and they could have beaten them. And like I said, with my ceiling, I think that they can get back. They can get to the AFC Championship for the first time in 6 years. The floor with them is that pretty much that 2022 was a fluke, which I don't think it'll happen. but let's just say that, they just bottom out this year and they just inexplicably have a bad year, and the weaponry and the youth just goes through a lot of growing pains, and Trevor Lawrence just, has a down year. I think their floor is about maybe 7-10. So Jacksonville, they are really improved and they're going to be a tough team to beat in the playoffs. But yeah, the Jags, they are definitely trending upwards.
Yep, I definitely agree with you on that one.
All right. Next up, we got the Kansas City Chiefs,
Oh
the
my god.
defending, yeah, the defending champs. I don't think this needs much of an explanation. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think it's much to talk about. Again, it's just who no matter who comes in second, which we know who we think gonna come in second. But other than that, the Chiefs, just that guy Patrick Mahomes just makes the difference of the Kansas City Chiefs. No matter who he has on his team, they're gonna get better. I mean, you thinking they lost Tyreek Hill. You say, okay, he lost his weapon. He lost his weapon that he had. But you lose Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill does get better, but Patrick Mahomes, it's no problem with Patrick Mahomes. All of a sudden, Juju Smith-Schuster turns into a 900-yard, wide receiver. All of a sudden, he turns into a 900-yard wide receiver instead of, to me, I think he had one good year in Pittsburgh, probably one good year. And I know for sure that year was with Antonio Brown on the other side of the field. For sure, I know that year that it was. But he's all of a sudden a 900-yard wide receiver. We're going to see how much better he's going to get in New England, going to New England. We're going to see if it was really Patrick Mahomes, was it really him, which is, I think, I'm going to say the statement is that's how good Patrick Mahomes is. They end up playing Sky Moore. Sky Moore doing a really good job over there. He's going to get a lot of more touches this year. You get a 6th-round pick in Isaiah Pacheco, who comes in and takes Clyde Edwards-Hilaire's spot and never looks back. Really good. Took a lot of pressure off Patrick Mahomes. Also, Jerick McKinnon, being that gadget player and that player that run between the tackles. He had a very good season in the passing game as well. Kadarius Toney, who won it out of the New York Giants, he comes in, he wins the Super Bowl. He makes an immediately impact on the team. And we got one more we got to talk about with Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce is just no thorough other than dominant, just dominant as a tight end position, as a pass catcher. He's just nothing more than dominant. So everything, they lost Eric Bieniemy, but you still got Andy Reid there, who's calling the plays, who's been probably calling the plays over there. But other than that, nothing more to say about the same Kansas City Chiefs team, just consistent on the offensive side of the ball. If you want to get into a shootout, that's no problem. Patrick Mahomes would do that and will take them down the field. They also got better in the draft. You know what they decided to do in the draft? They decided to gamble on another undrafted player in Justin Ross. How is that turning out? He made the goddamn back football team, and he will be playing a lot. Rasheem Rice, they got him from SMU. How is he turning out? Oh, he made the team, and he's going to make an impact. So no matter what receivers you put around him, you just got how good Patrick Mahomes is. He just makes everybody better, and those receivers are getting better. Let's go to the defensive side of the ball. The Chiefs had 7 drafted rookie players, and most of them was on the defensive side of the ball. George Karlaftis had a great season last year. The only question you got was Chris Jones. Will they bring back Chris Jones? He's in a lot of trade rumors right now, but we'll see, can they bring him back? But you got Leo Chanel, who played at the linebacker situation. I think he plays for the Wisconsin Badgers. That guy played on the defensive side of the ball. Trent McDuffie, who was a very good rookie, outstanding rookie. He comes from Washington, and Washington does a very good job of putting cornerbacks out there. That's a good cornerback tradition for the Washington Huskies over there. He had a great season. So, like you said, nothing more to talk about with the Kansas City Chiefs. Just the same consistent team every year around. But Patrick Mahomes makes the difference of that team, and he's a generational talent. And you're going to be dealing with this guy for a long, long time in the AFC West, and it ain't going to stop here. You're going to be seeing him in a lot of Super Bowls. You're going to be seeing him in a lot of AFC championships. And all, like I say, this man, just the engine to make the engine go, just similar to Aaron Rodgers or how he was with Green Bay. Green Bay was competing for NFC titles because of Aaron Rodgers, on the back of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was that great to take them down, no matter how bad the team and how bad the team looks, how worse you think the team got, he was able to do it. And that's the same over here with Patrick Mahomes. But the team is got much more talented and better. And they didn't lose a drop with Tyreek Hill on the off the team. They didn't lose a drop. So nothing more to be said about Kansas City. They're gonna end up with at least 13 wins this year. End up with at least 13 easy wins this year. The floor is not that much of a drop off. You're going to drop them to 11 or 12. That's the only way you can drop them to. But other than that, 13 wins easily. 13-4. That's the easy prediction. Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, that's all you got to say, man. I mean, like you said, they lose Tyreek Hill last year, and everyone's like, oh, now Mahomes is going to suck, especially with all that money Kansas City threw at him. Turned in his second MVP season. He threw 41 touchdowns last year. Yeah. And and he won a playoff game with a bum foot, with a bum leg as well, let alone a Super Bowl with a bum leg. I mean, Mahomes is only a couple months older than me, so him and I are like the same age. But like, I don't know if I can even do half of what he does on both legs, fully healthy and rested. You know, he's just that good. And honestly, with the massive salary cap contracts that the Chiefs are going through with Mahomes and Chris Jones, they're still finding a way to make it work, because now even that they won the Super Bowl, they're like, okay, Mahomes won his second Super Bowl. They still all have that cap that they have to work around. They just find ways to do it. They're a smart organization. They're a phenomenal football team, and they have the best coach in the league, and Andy Reid, in my opinion. You know, I mean, the losses that they had aren't really detrimental. They're replaceable, especially with Orlando Brown. But again, those were just salary cap dumps at best for them. I will say losing Frank Clark and Carlos Dunlap would sting a little bit, but getting youth on the defense is always going to booster them up. And I think Kansas City does have a really underrated pass defense that can cause a lot of turnovers, like they did in the AFC Championship on Burrow. He threw 2 picks to him. I think losing Juju is not detrimental to them.
I don't think it is either.
And I don't think that's going to hurt them a whole lot, because they still got Travis Kelce, who was pretty much being used the same way that Juju was. McCole Hardman might hurt more than Juju, but they're really high. They're really high on Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney, and Richie James. I thought was a really good addition, plus Rashee Rice as well. And I think throwing a bag at Chris Jones is just going to capitalize on all the stuff that they've done. So like Kansas City, I mean, there's only like 1 or 2 teams that I think that can legitimately beat them. I mean, the AFC is just theirs to lose. So easily this is a 13-14 win team right here. But my ceiling for them, I don't think it's impossible to say they can win 16.
No, it's not. I don't think it will be.
It's definitely not impossible. My floor with them, let's just say that they're still good, but let's say that the AFC West starts to compete with them a little bit more, because I believe they swept the division last year.
Yeah, they did.
But they were in a lot of close games in the division last year. The Chargers, blew a lead against them. The Raiders blew a lead against them. They had a big lead on Denver, and they nearly allowed Denver to come back and beat them. And now this year, they play the NFC North. And I believe as far as their other NFC team that they play, I think they play they have a Super Bowl rematch with Philly.
Yep, they do.
Yeah, that's not going to be an easy task at all, seeing that the Eagles had them beat for 3 quarters until the 4th quarter came. So like Kansas City has some stiff competition this year. So I think my floor with Kansas City is still a good record at 11-6. but I think the absolute worst that can happen to them is that they go one and done in the playoffs.
Yep.
So
And
yeah,
most of
yeah,
their, like I was alluding, most of their rookies played on defense. You had 2 rookie cornerbacks. And one was a 6th round pick, and Jalen Watson. One was a 6th round pick. So you think you're losing great production, but you're replacing it with young youth at the same time and young production, and they're well developed. So other than that, man, like I said, I think like you said, Juju Smith-Schuster not a huge drop off, but that's what you get. Go back, you get Rasheem Rice, and you have Scott Moore that's coming up. Will get a lot of the time in that receiving core. That team's still going to be something good, going to be good. But not only that, they're young, man. They're a young football team. They're a young football team, so you can be dealing with them with years to come, man.
Yeah, like I said, I always know how old Mahomes is because he's a couple months older than me. I think he turns 28 this month, if I'm not mistaken, and he has a September birthday. I have a December birthday, so I always know how old Mahomes is. He still has at least another decade. So yeah. Okay, moving on now out to Las Vegas with the Raiders kicking off with them. The Raiders, I think they are the least improved team in the NFL this year, aside from Tampa Bay. That's just my opinion. I am not in love with what the Raiders did this offseason.
Yeah.
I think they actually got worse. But let's hear what you think first about the Raiders.
Hey, I agree with you, baby. You've been on the same page this whole stream, feel like it. But I think they're gonna have a top 10 pick this year, to be honest. I think the Raiders are gonna be just that really that bad this year. I think they're gonna have a top 10 pick this year. I believe Devontae Adams is more frustrated than what everybody thinks. I believe he's don't be surprised after this season if he acts out of Las Vegas. He was suspected to come down to play alongside of his best friend Derek Carr, which it didn't work out last year. They booted him to the side, and it came clear, that Coach McDaniels did not want Derek Carr a part of the Raiders long term, so they shifted him out. And you dealing with Hunter Winthrow injury throughout the whole season. Darren Waller gave up on the organization, which is he may be with a better one at this point. Only reason you watched the Raiders last year was because of Josh Jacobs and Devontae Adams. That was the floats of the offensive side of the football. Everything else was a travesty, was a mess last year. The defense, never good. The defense never is a good defense. The defense is always bad, always a bad defense. The defense never was at least top 15, never been top 15 in the league, never been top. Long as Derek Carr was there, they were never top 15 in the NFL. They always were worse on defense, and I think that's what's going to continue to happen. I think they will be fighting between that the 25th ranked defense in the league. That's just how bad their defense is. I believe Josh Jacobs will be solid. Devontae Adams will be solid. Now you do got Jimmy Garoppolo coming off the injury. He's not with the 49ers no more. He's not with a great defense no more. So that's going to be a lot of pressure on Jimmy Garoppolo to put the ball in the end zone and try to make something happen, which is I don't think he will be doing that this year because you're not with the 49ers who straight, the last time he played, who carried him to an NFC championship game before the Rams kind of got him. But other than that, I think this team is going to have a top 10 pick this year. I don't got much hope for the Las Vegas Raiders like you. Like you said, we on the same page. I got the Las Vegas Raiders winning 6 games, 6-11 right there. I think they're going to be a bad team. And what's so laughable is how Mike McDaniels got the Raiders job. But that ain't the cold part about it. When you have players like Derek Carr crying in a press conference saying the players don't care, and you have Devontae Adams saying the same thing about the players out there competing for a paycheck. They're not out there giving it their all on the football field. They're worrying about individual stats. That's on the coaching right there. That's the coach. Yep. That becomes a head coaching problem. And when you got Jeff Saturday, who out coaches you as a coach, a guy that had a losing record in high school. Jeff Saturday has a losing record in high school, comes in Las Vegas in your home field and out coaches you his first debut. And after that game that Jeff Saturday won, Jeff Saturday was no more good after that. He was worse right after that. That says something about Mike McDaniels not being as good of a head coach. It's just only being a very good defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator. But matter of fact, it's that. Not even that. That shows Tom Brady effect too. The Tom Brady effect that had on Coach Mike McDaniel, Coach Josh McDaniels. My bad, Josh McDaniels. Mike is from the Miami Dolphins, but that just showed you how good of a head coach he's really not been, and how everybody hesitate to hire him after the Denver Broncos years. But other than that, I don't see this team doing too much. I think they're going to be a top 10 pick this year. Now they did get Tyreek Wilson, who can play on the defensive end and play defensive tackle, so he's that versatile. But I'm not expecting for much for the Raiders. I got them going 6-11. I think they're going to have a top 10 pick in the NFL draft this year. I don't think they're going to be very good.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have a top 10 pick, in my opinion. I mean, Jimmy G's been proven to be a winner, but he had Kyle Shanahan. And I know that he fits McDaniel's system well, too. But it's like you said earlier, when's the last time the Raiders had a good defense? Like back in the 80s? I don't know. The Raiders, I mean, they can just never catch a break. And I'm so happy actually that Derek Carr finally got the hell out of there.
Yeah,
because he deserves way better than this crap. You know, the weapons they have aren't really impressive. I mean, Jacoby Myers, giving him big money like that, that's not going to offset Darren Waller. That was their best guy right there. Austin Hooper and Michael Mayer could be a good tandem for him, but the O-line is 100% their weakness aside from the defense right there. Jimmy G has an injury history as well. I think he tore his ACL in 2018, then he broke his leg last year. So putting him behind that O-line right there is just recipe for disaster right there. But they did at least try to make some additions with their defense, like another former Steeler, Robert Spillane. They're not going to get much out of him, I can tell you that right now, because he is a linebacker that you're going to use on like a 3rd and 1 situation or you need a stop at the goal line. He's not a 4-down linebacker right there, especially across the middle. He was horribly misused in Mike Tomlin's defense. Duke Shelley, Marcus Peters, Marcus Epps, and David Long, those are good additions as well. But those are not like powerhouse moves, and it's not enough to make a significant impact right there. Overall, the Raiders are just in for a rough year. Another wasted year of Josh Jacobs, another wasted year of Devontae Adams. My record for the Raiders this year is 6-11, same as you. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt for their ceiling and say, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo's a winner. Yeah, he fits well with McDaniel's system. And, of course, Josh Jacobs and Devontae Adams be what they are, and the tight end tandem works out well. You know, defense is still going to be spotty, but let's say that the offensive line steps up a little bit. I can maybe see – and, you know, they don't blow leads left and right. That was another thing the Raiders did last year. They blew how many leads last year? A touchdown or 2 touchdowns or more. But let's just cut them some slack. I think if all goes well, they can win maybe 8 or 9 games. But let's just say that the absolute worst happens, which I don't think it will. I just think this is just a bad team. But if we're talking about the absolute worst, this can unintentionally be the worst team in the AFC right here with like 3 or 4 wins. I mean, They just did not improve at all this offseason. Like, I just don't – I'm just not in love with what they did in the offseason. I definitely have them finishing last.
I definitely agree with you. And also, this could be one of those scenarios, like you said earlier in the stream, like, if everything goes bad, just punt the season. Just you got a quarterback that played well in the preseason too, Aiden O'Connell, who was like the best rookie quarterback in the preseason. Give him an opportunity. If the team is bad, give him an opportunity to see what he's got. Just punt the season. Just punt. I think this is another team. If it goes slightly bad, just punt the season. Throw Aiden O'Connell in there and just see what you got about it. Just see what you got about of him.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I I just don't like what they did. All right, next up, we got the Los Angeles Chargers as the big headline for them. Again, another quarterback headline. Justin Herbert got thrown a bag in the offseason, and they were a little bit quiet in free agency, but I feel like this is still a team that's going to retain a lot of the pieces to get them back to the playoffs, and hopefully they can shed the label of being the AFC version of the Falcons. I mean, you're up 27 and nothing with 4 turnovers and you lose the game. So, how do you possibly recover for something like that? What are your thoughts on the Chargers, man?
The Chargers team. This is a Chargers team that can be really great if everything breaks right, and if everything goes wrong, it can really blow up on them. And if everything doesn't go well as everybody expected to, then Don Staley, Coach Staley ain't no way where he keep his job. I don't see him keeping his job. Many people thought he should have lost his job after the 27-0, 27-0 comeback. A lot of people thought he should have lost his job at that point of time. Which is he probably should have been fired. He should have been fired on the field after that. The moment the game was over, he probably should have been fired on the field and not be allowed to fly back to LA. So this is he's getting another stint. If everything breaks wrong right here and he doesn't get everything keep everything in control, he will lose his job for sure this year. Ain't no one where he's keeping his job after he should have lost it last year, losing that 27-0 lead. He should have been fired on the field right after that blown loss. But other than that, got all the pieces. You did. I like the way they went to a receiver route. Keenan Allen's getting older. He's getting very older. You got Quentin Johnston out of TCU, the rookie out of TCU, who's really solid, who's coming in doing a very good job. We don't know the Austin Ekeler situation all the way through. He's won a contract, but it seemed like he's going to play for the Chargers this year and have a little more pressure on the Chargers to pay him his money. Justin Herbert just got paid. He's going to be the same Justin Herbert that we expect him to. But the problem, can Justin Herbert take this team to new heights? I think this team is going to be solid. I think it's going to be the same team as last year. I think it's going to be a team that's going to get 11 wins. I got them 11-6 in a wild card spot out there. That's one of my 3 wild card teams in the AFC. Only because the Chiefs are going to be just better than they are. I think this is a team that's going to be tough to deal with. But the coaching of Staley, I don't trust him. Is holding the team back. I like the defensive guys that they got in Derwin James, and Sante Samuel Jr. I like the defense, J.C. Jackson as well, who's hurt half of the year. I got this team 11-6. The floor is basically 9-8. That's the floor, and Staley gets fired. Coach Staley gets fired. If he goes that, he doesn't keep his job. And I think that's one of the things to watch for. That's one of the things to watch for. What does Coach Staley do? What kind of adjustments he makes on the offensive side of the ball? Because he is calling the plays. But other than that, I got this team going 11-6 and going 11-6, possibly trying to win, possibly winning the playoff game. But if they don't, expect Staley to be getting a pink slip. If they don't get things done.
Yeah, there's no excuse for this team to miss the playoffs either. I think they're definitely good enough to get back to the playoffs, despite them being quiet in free agency. Eric Hendricks being only the major addition for him isn't like blockbuster worthy, but they did fill in some needs with the draft. They got Justin Herbert, another weapon in the first round with Quentin Johnson and a little bit more linebacker help as well. That being said, I think the O-line definitely needs a cleanup job as well. But I do like that they hired Kellen Moore. I think Kellen, I covered this when I talked about the Cowboys. I think Kellen Moore is a good addition for the OC job for him, and I think that can definitely put Justin Herbert on the next level. Because honestly, I'm not a big Justin Herbert fan. I think he benefits from the targets that he has. I think he's kind of like the AFC's version of Kirk Cousins, in my opinion. I just never got the hype with either one of them. But this is definitely a chance for Justin Herbert to really kind of shut me up right here about him and see what he's made of. You know, they hung in there well with Kansas City last year. They usually do anyway. They're getting a lot of players back. I know they were dealing with some injuries as well. But yeah, overall, in a nutshell, and by the way, I'm a big Boza fan as well. That's one of my favorite one of my favorite football families. I love Joey and Nick. Those are two great football players right there. But yeah, I think the Chargers are good enough to get back to the playoffs. I think the ceiling with them is that they can win maybe 12 games. And if, like I said about Kansas City's floor, if the Chiefs just have like a down year for their standards, I think LA is good enough to win the AFC West. But I mean, let's face it, that ain't going to happen. But this is just the ceiling for them. And they avenge that humiliating playoff loss that they had to Jacksonville. And I think the Chargers are good enough to win at least one playoff game. My floor with them, they're still not good enough to beat Kansas City. They're not good enough to beat, a lot of powerhouses in the AFC, and they struggle against the NFC North this year, which is not really impossible considering they got to go up against pretty much three high-powered offenses right there. My floor with the Chargers, I think, is on the same as yours with about 8 or 9 wins. But I'm going to say LA goes back to the playoffs this year, winning 11 games this year. I think this is just a good enough team to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with you.
All right, now we got the other LA team in the Rams, who are in cap hell right now. It's amazing how they went from Super Bowl caliber. They went from Super Bowl champions to now just pretty much gutting their entire core, aside from a couple of players. What do you think of the Rams this year?
But I think the Rams, they're going to be one of those teams, they're going to be one of those teams that's going to, I think they're going to have, that's one of the teams I'm going to have a top 10 pick. I think they're going to be a top 10 pick. I don't think they're going to be actually very good. I think, like I say, Cooper Kupp is all of a sudden getting wore down because he's getting used a lot over there. He's the only receiver that can make things happen. They got Van Jefferson over there. But like I say, the defensive side of the ball is not really good as well. Outside of Aaron Donald, he's older and older, getting older and older, and it was times he's contemplating in retirement. So for me, I got the Los Angeles Rams. I think they're not going to be a very good team. I don't think they're going to be a very good team this year. They're going to be the worst team in their division. They're by far the worst, probably the second to last worst team in the division. I think the Cardinals the worst team in the division. They're going to be the number 1 overall pick. But I think this is the second to worst team in the division. This is going to be one of probably the worst teams, top 3, top 4 worst teams in the NFL. Right here, I got them going 5-12 this year. I'm not a big fan of the Rams. I just think it's going to be a matter of time for Sean McVay calls it quits with them. I think it will be this year, and I think it will be time for Matthew Stafford to call it quits as well, because due to him winning the Super Bowl and him having almost a season career-ending injury, and Cooper Kupp starting to wear down with these injuries as well. So I got them going at least 5-12. The ceiling is 7 wins, but 5-12. I think that's enough. I think they will find a way to sneak out some games. But don't be surprised. The floor, they're really, really bad. There will be a 3 win. That's another team that can be a 3 or 4 win team. So I got them 5-12. I don't think they're going to be really good.
Listen to some of these players that the Rams lost this offseason. Jalen Ramsey, Bobby Wagner, Nick Scott, and Leonard Floyd. They lost practically their entire core except for Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and Aaron Donald, which, don't get me wrong, Cooper Kupp is a great wide receiver, And Aaron Donald is on like GOAT status level when it comes to defensive linemen. You know, he's up there with Reggie White and Mean Joe Green, but like three guys, not even that. 2.5 guys don't make a whole team because even with Matthew Stafford coming back, I don't think that's going to help him out a whole lot because Matthew Stafford is old. He's practically in the twilight of his career, and he's coming off a back injury, and we don't even know if his back is 100% good to go. And Corey asked, by the way, is Cooper Kupp going to get traded? I think the Rams should trade Cooper Kupp, honestly, because, like I said, they need to trade him, get some draft capital because they have like no maneuverability with free agency, and they have no maneuverability with trades because of all those cap hits that they're taking.
Yep.
The only thing that would make this sting less for the Rams is if they lost the Super Bowl a couple years ago. So at least they have that to fall back on. But still, this kind of reminds me of what the Raiders went through when they lost Super Bowl 37 to Tampa Bay back in the day. Yep. The only difference is the Rams won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So the Rams are going to suck for a while. And I think that right now, I think I have them winning like 4 games this year. They're just not going to be a good team at all. They're going to be battling it out with the Cardinals for the Caleb Williams sweepstakes. If by some miracle with their ceiling that Matthew Stafford just has another productive year and Cooper Kupp just carries the team and Aaron Donald leads these rookies, I can maybe see LA winning about 7 or 8 games. But my floor with them easily last in division. They have so many rookies on the team that have no experience. And they're like I said, I mean, they're pretty much swapping out all these stars and experienced players for either scrubs or rookies.
Yep.
This can easily be a 2-win team if like they just have a disastrous year because we know they can't beat San Francisco. They give Seattle a tough time, but they can't close them out right now. And they used to own the Cardinals, but now that's not even a given. So like LA's going to be in for some tough years. Yeah. But like I said, at least they have that Super Bowl to fall back on, which would make it a million times worse for them if they didn't win it.
Oh yeah, like I say, man, I think they're gonna be one of the worst teams in the league, and I'm gonna make a prediction right now. I think you're gonna see Stetson Bennett, a guy that they drafted from Georgia. Really? I think you see him play this year. You're gonna actually see him play this year. Won't be surprised early as week 10, week 9. I will say because they won't be pretty good, they won't be as good, just like the Cardinals. Just go ahead and put Stetson Bennett out there and just go ahead and start the future now. Just go ahead and put him out there, see what you got. Just like the Arizona Cardinals. No need to bring, Kyler Murray back. No need to bring him back if you're already going to be bad. Just punt the season. Trade some of those guys and get some draft capital for you. And just punt the season and just get some draft capital back for some of the players that you need off this team for a rebuild. So I just think this another one of these teams that should punt the season if they're really bad and just go ahead and throw Stetson Bennett in there and just start all over. Like you say, trade Cooper Kupp or maybe explore trade for Aaron Donald and just tear it down completely. Just tear it down completely.
Absolutely. Just go full-fledged rebuild. That's their best option. All right, next up, a team that you and I are both high on, man. Yep. It's the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. A lot of expectations for them last year. They made the playoffs. Tua was just on a tear until those concussions started to hit him. But now it seems like he's back and fully healthy. Well, maybe not fully healthy, but he's healthier than what he was. And they built off of that playoff appearance as well. Yep. I think Miami's expectations are through the roof this year.
Yep.
What do you think their ceiling and floor is?
I agree with you, man. The only reason I got the Bills winning the actual division because I believe till you stop a team until you show it, then I'm gonna pick that team. Just like Well, you will pick the Patriots when you think they're
Yep.
bad. They will still win the division, no matter how bad. The Bengals, they're the cream of the crop of the division. They have won it how many years in a row? About 3 years in a row from now. So you're going to continue to pick them until someone shows up. And the same thing with the Bills. Bills. I got them winning division, but by one game, which is I got the Bears 11-6. In my second wild card team, I got them as my second wild card team because I'm really high up on them. Now last year they came within, like I say, a couple of throws away from beating the Buffalo Bills in Buffalo. That shows you how bad Tua injury was, concussion was, which is after the first concussion, you could argue he shouldn't have been back on the field, but they put him back on there, and then he got another concussion. And after that, he should have been done for the season. He shouldn't even probably played that Green Bay game, which is probably that was by far his worst game of the year. But they got all the same talent back. They got Tyreek Hill back, who was better coming off against the Kansas City Chiefs. He was better. He had a better year than he had with the Kansas City Chiefs. Unfortunately, Patrick Mahomes just that great of a transcendent talent to make a team better and put them into a Super Bowl situation. Unfortunately, the Dolphins got worse because Tua was injured. When Tua was in there, they were arguably the best team in the league. You could have said they were the best. They were unstoppable when he was in there. They got Jalen Waddle on the side. Jalen Waddle over there. They also got the running back situation and Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, all of those guys. Who knows? They make a play for Jonathan. They was trying to make a play for Jonathan Taylor, which I still believe they're going to be in his sweet state. They're going to still try to make a play for Jonathan Taylor. And my boy, if they make a play with Jonathan Taylor, all hell will break loose at that point of time. Their defense is going to be good. I like their defensive line and Bradley Chubb and Jerome Baker, them and Holland. I like Javon Holland as a safety. Jalen Ramsey is going to hurt them a little bit, but they got a lot of depth in the secondary. That's one thing about it. They lost most of their secondary last year, and they were still able to do good. So you got Jalen Ramsey on the other side and Xavier Howard on the other side. Two good cornerbacks that can lock down their side of the field. I really like this Dolphins defense. This Dolphins team as a whole could be tough. They're a dark horse to go to the AFC Championship game. They're a dark horse to be in the AFC Championship game. They're that good enough to be in the AFC Championship game, and that is the ceiling of them for me. They're good enough. Everything clicks right. Tua don't get hurt at all. The whole team stays healthy. Jalen Ramsey comes back and be a corner, the shutdown, the corner that he is with Xavier Howard on the other side. The ceiling is AFC Championship. They can get to the AFC Championship. That's how good they can actually be. The floor, I think they missed the playoffs. They missed the playoffs. I think the floor, if everything breaks right, they missed the playoffs entirely, and the Jets are better than them. That's the floor. So other than that, 11-6 is my prediction. That's my second wild card team, and I think they're gonna make a strong push with the against the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills and the Chargers. I think this is a dark horse AFC Championship contender.
Took the words right out of my mouth right there, man. Like, the only difference between me and you is that I think Miami can overtake Buffalo because while the Dolphins, most of their roster from last year is still there, they made more changes than the Bills did. And I think that warrants for me to say I think they can leapfrog Buffalo in the division. Obviously Tua has to be healthy. You can't keep getting concussions like that. Plus you got the Penguin and the Cheetah down there as well. I mean, that is just gonna go through the roof right there. Offensive depth looks stronger as well. You got Braxton Berrios there replacing Trent Sherfield, and then you got Devin Ackney in the third round that adds a lot of speed right there. I think the only really thing that shakes me with Miami is their tight end core. I didn't think they really did much to replace Mike Gesicki, but I really don't think that's a huge area of concern right there because we all know the type of offense that Miami has when everything's just clicking on all cylinders right there. This is just a really good, complete team right there. They got, I love the hiring of Vic Fangio. I think that's a really good hire for him right there. Jalen Ramsey, I think, is definitely going to help out their pass defense right there. And like I said before, I mean, they nearly beat the Bills in Buffalo with a backup, and now I think that they've made significant enough progress to get back to prominence in the AFC East. I really love the direction the Dolphins are headed. My ceiling is the same as yours. I think everything goes right. Tua stays healthy most of the year. We could see this team in the AFC Championship game. My floor with them, I think, is pretty obvious because for as good as they are, their biggest strength is also their biggest weakness, and that's Tua's health. Tua keeps getting concussions and he misses a lot of playing time. They can't rely on almost winning for the entire season. And Jalen Ramsey shows that, he really kind of is at the tail end of his career and that a change of scenery won't do much for him. I think Miami's floor is about 6-11, missing the playoffs. But like I said, I think Miami can easily win 11, 12 games this year.
Facts.
The Dolphins are going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, they're that good to watch. They're going to be that fun.
Yep. Next up, we got the Minnesota Vikings. As you want to talk about a team that was way worse than what their record indicated, it's the Vikings. They won 13 games last year, something like that. Won the NFC North. They had a negative point differential. They didn't really beat any standout teams. And they had an incredibly lucky win against the Giants on Christmas Eve. And they lost those same Giants in the playoffs. Where's the direction for the Vikings now? What are your thoughts on them?
Well, I actually got this team winning the division. I got them 12. I got them 11-6. One game over Detroit. I think it's the same team but last year, but same exact team for last year. Their secondary was abysmal. Their secondary was just godly awful last year. They lost a lot of games due to that secondary. Justin Jefferson, like you said, you can make a case that he's the best wide receiver in the league. I like what they did. Adam Thielen may be a big loss, but they replaced him with Jordan Addison, who's one of the top-rated receivers in the draft. They got younger at that spot right there. They got younger at the spot. They also added T.J. Hawkinson, who was really good for them at the tail end of last year. They also fixed their second. I'm not going to say they fixed the secondary, but also they got a big impact player in the secondary, Byron Murphy, coming over from the Arizona Cardinals. I think this is the same team from last year, but I do agree they're overrated as hell. When they play actually good teams, they got dominated. They didn't just get beat. They got beat down. When they played the Cowboys, they got beat down 40-3. They got embarrassed actually in that game. When they played the Eagles, they got embarrassed actually in the game. So when they actually had to play somebody good, they didn't perform well, and I don't think it will be no different. They will be good enough, like the Cowboys. They will be good enough to make the playoffs, a wild card, or what if it's win the division. They won't be good enough to go any further than that. I got them 11-6. Their floor is not making it at all. It's not making the playoffs at all because you can definitely see another team sneaking in a wild card spot, a surprising team like a Seattle. You can definitely see them up in that same situation. But other than that, this team is one of the most overrated teams in the NFL. This team is really not that good. They got away with another lucky win last year. The 33-0 win.
Oh my God.
That was lucky as hell. That coach gave up the game. Jeff Saturday literally coached conservative in that game and literally ran the ball the whole second half and didn't even think about scoring the football and opening it up and keeping the foot on the gas. He definitely got conservative in that game right there. And that was one of the most luckiest wins of all time last year. Blowing that 33, coming back from down 33 and winning that game. Winning that game is almost worse than it's not worse for the Atlanta Falcons blowing a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl. The only difference, it was in the Super Bowl, but 33-0. How bad can you be to blow that game, to lose that game 33-0, and for the Vikings to come back and take that football game? Then when they played against the Giants, they got dominated and their run defense was non-existent. Their defense as a whole has been non-existent throughout the whole year. I think this is one of the most overrated teams in the NFL, especially in the NFC. Will be good enough to make the playoffs, make a wild card or a division, but won't be good enough to make it even close to a Super Bowl.
I agree with you 100%, man. I mean, the Vikings aren't a bad team. They are just they just have incredibly dumb luck. You know? Yeah, they do. Like I keep saying about Kirk Cousins, I'm just not sold on the guy. I never was. I don't think he's a clutch quarterback. I don't think he's a winner. When the game's on the line, I think he crumbles. He can't beat good teams. He's especially bad in prime time. What else do you want me to say about Kirk Cousins? That being said, Justin Jefferson is explosive as hell. That guy is the best receiver in the league.
Yeah.
But now you got to figure in with their defense, which can't stop the pass to save their life. They did get a little bit of a revamp by getting Brian Flores, who I still hate to see left us.
Damn.
But, you get Byron Murphy, you get Marcus Davenport, you get Dean Lowry. Those are good additions right there. Yep. But losing Dalvin Cook, I think, will hurt him a little bit. Adam Thielen will hurt, like you said. Dalvin Thompson, I think, will hurt, and so will Eric Kendricks. So I think Jordan Addison definitely has his work cut out for him. I think that was a really good really good pick for him. But I just think there's going to be a lot of growing pains this year, and I just don't think the Vikings are going to get so lucky this time, because now you got Detroit knocking on the door. You got the Bears who are up and coming, and, they've shown they can beat Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers. So, those might just be 2 free wins for the Vikings right there. Yep. But even then, I can kind of see them struggling at the same time, too, with their pass defense. So my ceiling with the Vikings is that they actually earn some wins and that they kind of have a similar season to last year. I'd say 13 wins is their ceiling for me. They win a playoff game. I can't see them in the NFC Championship because the Vikings have to be the most snake-bitten organization in all of football aside from the Bills. Yep. They're like the NFC's version of the Bills. They have 4 Super Bowl L's like them, so I think it's appropriate I think it's appropriate to say the Vikings just never catch a break in the playoffs.
Yep.
So I think that's my ceiling for them. 13 wins. I think they make it as far as the divisional because they do have a good defense. They do have a good pass rush that can ring up a lot of sacks. I'll give them credit for that. But overall, I just think the Vikings are so lucky. And then my floor for them, I think the lucky wins catch up to them. I think they show that last year was just the fluke of all flukes, and they start to take some losses within the division, and they have to go up against a lot of stiff competition, which I don't trust Kirk Cousins with that. I think Minnesota's floor is they missed the playoffs with a record of about 7-10.
Got you. Agree with that. Agree.
All righty. Next up, the team that has went from the dynasty to now feeling the after effects of losing the GOAT, and that is the New England Patriots. This is another team, in my opinion, that just did not make any improvements in the offseason aside from just bandaging up some already existing problems. So what do you think of the Patriots this year?
I think of the Patriots, they're not going to be very good. They're going to be the last team in the AFC East. They're not going to be very good as well. I don't know what's going on with the quarterback situation. They released Bailey Zappi. They got him back on the practice squad, I think.
I heard.
With that, I thought, like I said, I thought he played better football than Matt Jones played when he was in there. The problem is, this is Matt Jones' last stint. This is his last stint to get the job done. If he can't get nothing done, he's going to be a part of New England. So it's a matter of fact, will he be a backup after this stint or still be a starter? So this is his last time to get the job done. Bill O'Brien is now the offensive coordinator. I'm not excited about him being a coordinator. I'm okay with him being a quarterback whisperer because that's what he mostly is, a quarterback guru, a quarterback whisperer. That's what he was in Penn State as a head coach. He's a quarterback whisperer. He's not a very good head coach. He's not a very good offensive play caller. He's just a very good quarterback guy. He's just a very good quarter. I would call him that. But other than that, their defense is going to be competitive. I like their defense. I like the adding of Christian Gonzalez at the cornerback situation. I like that Matthew Judon, who played well for them last year, who played well for them last year. Jack Jones, who got himself in trouble, had a hell of a season last year. So their defense is going to always be good. They also got Keon White, who really impressed, who really been impressive for the New England Patriots. So I think their defense is going to always be competitive and keep them in games. My problems is on the offensive side of the ball. You're going to have to really rely on the run game a lot. And Ramondre Stevenson, you're going to have to rely on him a lot, awfully a lot. Everything is going to have to go through the run game to open up everything for Matt Jones. Juju Smith-Schuster, they got him. Is he epitome of having Patrick Mahomes and Antonio Brown, or he's just not as good as everybody? Is he just not going to be as good? He's just not a good receiver at all. And we're definitely going to see Devontae Parker has declined a lot. He has declined a lot. They still got Tyquan Thornton. He's young. He's pretty young. So a lot of question marks on the Patriots side. I'm not high on the Patriots, man, but something give me a good feeling. They're going to be 7-10 because of the defense and the way Bill Belichick coaches, the way he coaches, and he gets the best out of probably a work team that looks worse. But this is Matt Jones' last chance to be a starting quarterback with the New England Patriots, or probably, whatever team he goes to. This is his last chance. If he has a down year, doesn't do anything to improve, he would not probably be he will be a backup. Teams will look at him as a backup, and the Patriots will have no problem of him walking or trying to trade him out.
Yeah, 2000 was the last time the Patriots finished last in the division, and I think that's going to be the case this year for them. I mean, like you said, this is strictly just a defensive team right here. I mean, they added linebacker depth and pass defense help, but they have enough of that already. They need offense badly. That's crazy to say about the Patriots considering they've had Tom Brady all these years, but it seems like Belichick is trying to force Mac Jones into being a pocket passer, which has not worked out very well, to say the least. And Bill O'Brien coming in as offensive coordinator, like you said, that's not going to benefit them a whole lot because he's just a whisperer, And then they fixed the wide receiving core with adding Juju, but losing Jacoby Myers is going to hurt them. And then, of course, Mike Gesicki coming in for Jonnu Smith. And they really didn't patch up the offensive line a whole lot. So we're going to see Mac Jones just running for his life in the backfield all day. I mean, New England, I just don't think they're going to have much of a chance in the AFC this year. We really could see the Patriots now really hitting up on those after years of Brady, where they went from the team to beat to now being a team that everyone just says, yeah, we can beat these guys when they look at them on the schedule. So the Patriots are going to be in for some hard years, man. And, as a Steeler fan, a lot of Steeler fans in Pittsburgh, they hate the Patriots almost as much as the Ravens do. Some hate them even more. Cry into your 6 Lombardis, okay? You've been the dynasty for years now, and now it's your turn to suck, okay? That's just all there is to it. You can afford to be legitimately bad for a couple of seasons. And so much so that the Patriots are actually my third team that could be tanking for Caleb Williams. Oh, my fourth team, I said the Rams, but you get the point. If the Patriots suck at their bye, or if Mac Jones just has basically a repeat of last year, they should just be like, you know what? Screw it. We're not going to compete this year. We need a quarterback. Caleb Williams is the real deal. but we all know Belichick and his ego won't allow that.
Yep.
So this is just a team that's just very stubborn, and they're just trying to make lightning strike happen again with Tom Brady being that with Mac Jones, and it's not working out. So I think
Yep.
last place is my prediction for New England. Same record as you, 7-10, just because the defense is going to keep them in games. But let's just say Mac Jones balls out and
Yep.
the addition of Ezekiel Elliott steps up, and Stevenson does have that all pro season that he pretty much needs to have if the Patriots are to have any chance on offense. And the defense still is a top 10 unit. I think New England can sneak about 10 wins and get into the playoffs.
Yep.
But like I said with my floor already, pretty much, this is a team that could easily finish with about 4 or 5 wins and be at the bottom of the AFC this year.
Yep.
That's my floor with them.
If they get 4 or 5 wins, they're gonna definitely have a top tier pick in the draft. I think like we said, the only team that's gonna be in front of them is the Cardinals. So maybe a Drake May, someone the quarterback out of North Carolina, be the pick that they go if Matt Jones doesn't pan out. But like I said, this is Matt Jones' last opportunity to prove that he could be a starting quarterback, especially for the Patriots. This could be his last opportunity.
I completely agree. All right, next up, we got the New Orleans Saints, who are another quarterback needy team, and they think they have found their guy in Derek Carr, who's a big upgrade over Andy Dalton. I think anyone's an upgrade over Andy Dalton, let's be honest. But yeah, the Saints, they could be an interesting team this year. So what do you think about the Saints this year?
Yeah, I like the Saints. I'm actually high on the Saints. I got them 10-7. I got them winning the division. I think this is a team that has a great defense, an elite defense at that. They've been top 5 defense for the last 3 years in the league. Even when Tom Brady was with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that team, Saints, that's the team that gave them problems. And to that playoff run that Tom Brady had to win the Super Bowl, they beat the Saints in New Orleans. So this team has a great defense. Marshawn Lattimore was hurt half of the year. If he gets healthy, he could be a top 10 corner in the NFL easily. I like their defensive line. They lost David Onyemata, but you still got Cam Jordan on the defensive line. You still got some depth on the defensive line. You got one of the top linebackers in the league in Demario Davis. They just got a good all-around defensive core over there. And Dennis Allen, the head coach, is the defensive guru. But right now, I want to say Derek Carr, no excuses for Derek Carr this season. I think he didn't want out of Las Vegas. I think that's more on the coaching in the front office wanted them out more than he wanted out. I think he wanted to actually be in Vegas. I just didn't think Josh Daniels wanted him over there in Vegas. Now he's got a fresh start. He's with a way better team. He's with a top tier defense in the league. So this is the only year. This is his probably first year since he's been in the league that he's played with a top elite type of defensive status that's going to force teams to turn the football over, that's going to give them some opportunities in the red zone to capitalize on. And you got outside of Devontae Adams, you may got a better receiving core than Las Vegas as of right now. Outside of the Devontae Adams situation, Hunter Renfrow has not been able to be on the field. They also got his tight end, Foster Monroe, over there. They also got him over there as well, able to get him from the Las Vegas Raiders. They also, Chris Olave had a great season last year. They also got Jamal Williams, who came from the Detroit Lions, who's a good red zone threat and a short yardage threat until they get Alvin Kamara right back. This team, depending on who they play, can be very scary because of that defense. And now the quarterback that they got in Derek Carr, that's going to protect the ball a little bit more, protect the ball with a little bit more opportunity that defense is going to give them. There's actually really no excuses for Derek Carr this year. There's actually really no excuses that he doesn't go from a worse team than when he was on to a way better team with a top 5 defense. There's absolutely no excuses now for Derek Carr. It's either he's going to be a very good quarterback and lead this team to the playoffs and be the main difference that this team go places, or he's either going to be the same Derek Carr everybody call him to. Not a good quarterback, the same quarterback when he was with the Las Vegas Raiders. Either one of those two things got to happen. But if I had to choose, I think he's going to be a better Derek Carr than when he was with the Las Vegas Raiders, because that defense is going to give him a lot of opportunities to put the ball in the end zone.
Absolutely. Derek Carr has no excuses whatsoever now. I always thought Derek Carr was very unfairly
Yes,
criticized in
yes, yes. I
Vegas.
thought he was too.
Yeah. Yeah. Now he has a great defense down in New Orleans. He has a phenomenal young target in Chris Olave. And my buddy A-Rob goes, I hope Chris Olave goes off. I drafted him in fantasy. Well, that's a good pickup right there. He definitely has a quarterback now. And, they were also making some smaller moves behind him. Jamal Williams is there. Nathan Shepard is there. Um, I I don't think them not being able to afford Marcus Davenport's going to hurt them all that much, but that defense is just going to be great this year. I expect it to be top 10. The Saints kind of remind me of us a little bit, like they lost, Drew Brees retired for them not too long ago, and everyone's like, well, the Saints are going to have a couple of down years because they need a quarterback now. Same thing with us with when Big Ben retired. Oh, the Steelers are going to have a couple of down years because they need a quarterback now. Well, we have our quarterback in Kenny Pickett. They have their quarterback in Derek Carr, and we're both strong defensive teams that are looking to capitalize on having a good year this year. These are two very big seasons for the Steelers and the Saints this year. That's why the Saints remind me so much of us. But yeah, I really think the Saints are the best team in the NFC South, and I think that they'll take the South this year. I think Carolina's going to give them a good run for their money, but I think the Saints just made a lot of good moves to catapult them to winning the NFC South again. And my record prediction for them is the same as yours at 10-7. But if all goes well for the Saints, I can see them winning about 2 more games because Derek Carr can just absolutely go off and their running game can step up a little bit more. I don't think they're ready for the NFC Championship, but I
Yeah,
do think they can make it as far as the divisional. But my floor for the Saints is that, the rumors about Derek Carr are true. He's not a real winner. He's not a real
yeah,
quarterback. He's just a
yep.
scrub, blah, blah, blah. So I think that's my floor for the Saints is that just Derek Carr just doesn't work out for them. And I think my floor for them is that they're just another strictly defensive team that probably goes about 7 or 8 wins is my floor for them.
Got you. Definitely agree with you. I think this is going to be a scary team to play because of that defense. Going to give teams a lot of problems.
Absolutely. Now we head on to New York. Well, really New Jersey, but first up, we got the New York Giants, as they were the biggest surprise last year, in my opinion. They went 9-7-1, won a playoff game over the Vikings before they got demolished by the Eagles in the divisional, but really, who cares about that? The fact they made the playoffs last year with Brian Daboll, just some of the finest coaching that I've seen, making Daniel Jones look like a competent quarterback in the league. Saquon Barkley's bounce back year. Just the Giants just had a really good year last year, and they capitalized it in the offseason. This is another team that I'm high on this year, the Giants. What do you think of them?
I like the Giants this year. I like the Giants. I think I see why you're high on them. Like I say, won't get another team. Like I say, if you say the Giants was going to be great, going to be a good team, won't get an argument about me. They definitely got the potential. And again, Brian Daboll deserved every bit of the coach of the year that he deserved. He deserved it. You tell me if Daniel Jones can go from turnover prone to not turning the ball over, but also Brian Daboll, making, Saquon Barkley the focal point of the offensive side of the ball and giving him the ball, and he goes wild. And also having Daniel Jones an extension of the running game to keep his turnovers down. I think that's pretty solid for Brian Daboll. They don't have the best of good receivers either, man. Their receivers are not really as good, but they find a way to make it work. And they made some big plays in that playoff game versus Minnesota. I like the way their defense, they got a good upside on the defensive side of the ball. Like Devontae Banks, the one that they drafted out of Maryland, he's going to be a very good cornerback in the league. They're very good, man. I like them. They're very disciplined. You can tell a difference between Brian Daboll and the last coach that they had. They wasn't very disciplined. You've seen a lot of bonehead decisions, boneheaded flags. That's just a recipe for disaster. That just told you how bad the coaching was a year ago before they got Brian Daboll. Last year, you didn't see none of that. You didn't see none of the undisciplined. You didn't see none of the missed tackles. You just didn't really see none of the bad habits that the Giants had year before last. Like going forward on a fourth down and they're on the other team's own territory. You didn't see none of that last year. You even seen Brian. It was times you saw Brian Daboll yell at the coaching staff, yell at his own coaching staff. It was times you saw that. That's what type of coach he is. So coaching makes the difference. It just proves coaching makes a difference in the league. It makes a difference in the league, no matter how bad your players could be. You can get the best out of the players. Players are going to go out and motivate those players. Players are going to go out there and play for you regardless on how bad they are. They're going to give it all they got. And that's one thing I respect about, like I say, I'm a big Mike Tomlin guy and a big Steeler guy. I'm a big Mike Tomlin guy. No matter how worse the team is, the team plays, goes out there and plays 1,000% and don't give up and don't give up because Mike Tomlin get the best out of the players. But other than that, same thing with the Giants. Brian Daboll, he gets the best out of those players, regardless if they're not good, and he deserves every bit of it. They can win 10 games this year. They can actually win 10 games this year. I got them winning 10 games this year. I think the floor. Yeah, I think if it don't break right, I think 8 and 9 is the floor is if they don't break right, not making the playoffs at all. But I just don't believe you see 3 teams making from the NFC East making the wild card again. I just don't believe you see that again this year. I believe there's another team that's going to sneak in the NFC wild card position. I believe it's going to be another team, but don't be surprised if the Giants do that again. NFC East is low key sneaky strong because you had 3 teams last year in there. Same thing could very much be happening again. I just don't actually see it happening again, but it can happen again if the Giants improve way more. And I believe Daniel Jones got the contract, so it's a lot of pressure on him now. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him now to prove that he's worth the contract. But Brian Daboll, love him, love his energy, just like Dan Campbell. Love how he makes the difference of this team and how he changed the culture of this team due to how bad it actually was last year.
Absolutely, man. It just goes to show you how important a head coach is. Because like you look at the Giants, it's like they don't have any superstars in my opinion. But I think Brian Daboll is a fantastic comparison to Mike Tomlin because he gets the most out of everybody and he has them fighting almost every single game. I mean, yeah, there's going to be times where you run into a buzzsaw. It happens. But like more often than not, this Giants team is going to give you 4 quarters of football and they just refuse to go down without a fight. Daniel Jones went from a guy who can't stop fumbling the ball to a guy who can definitely string together a drive and he can finish it now. Saquon Barkley has definitely found a resurgence and they both got paid. They built off of it too. Darren Waller's there at tight end now. They got Paris Campbell. Like Joe Shane has hit a lot of good spots with the Giants this year, and they're really serious about competing. And I really like that they got Bobby Okereke, Ashawn Robinson, and Raheem Nuez as well. As far as Deontay Banks and John Michael Schmitz, those are great compliments for them. The Giants are serious, man. They're gonna really battle for that playoff picture, and I can't say they're ready to overtake Philly yet, but I think they can compete with Philly. So
yeah, I think they could. I agree.
Yeah, that being said, I don't think Daniel Jones is top 5 in the NFC like everyone's saying that he is. As far as the league goes, I think he's no lower than 12 in my opinion. But like, yeah, I mean, he is now definitely shown that he can win games and that he can put together a drive when you need it. But
Yep.
I just say, lay off the top five talks for a little bit.
Yep.
If he replicates it this year, then I understand it. But for right now, just lay off of it a little bit. But yeah, my ceiling for the Giants is my actual prediction for them. I think they hit their ceiling this year with 11 wins. I think that they built off of it. I think they improved, and I think they're ready to battle some more. But I think their absolute ceiling is that, well, they made the divisional last year. I think if they play their cards right, they can win another playoff game, go to
Yep.
the NFC Championship. But I think 11 wins, another playoff spot is my ceiling for them. My floor, well, they finished third last year, which sounds like okay, they should have one of the easier schedules, but they're going to have some stiff competition in the NFC now because now
Yep.
really putting to the test, especially week one, they got to play the Cowboys on Sunday night in week one. You still got to play Philly twice. I believe they have to play Chicago, and I think they play the entire NFC West this year. So that's, San Francisco and Seattle are going to be big challenges for them. And then they play the AFC East this year. So they're going to have to go up against the Dolphins and the Bills, who both have prolific offenses, and they have to go up against Aaron Rodgers as well. So I think the very worst that happens to the Giants this year is that they just fold against tougher competition and they don't win as many games, and they probably win like 7 games as my floor for them. But I think the Giants are definitely good enough to go back to the playoffs.
Yep. Got you. Definitely agree with you on that. I think, like I say, coaching does make a difference in the league. They didn't have the best of talent last year outside of Saquon Barkley. The receiving core got hurt early, and for them to still make the playoffs, hey, let's go. You got to give Brian Daboll that credit.
Absolutely. All right, staying in Jersey, we got the Jets next, as they were the media darlings all offseason with Aaron Rodgers coming in. And he pretty much has like the 2015 Packers with him right now. They brought in Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard back, and they added McCole Hardman. So expectations for both the Giants and Jets are through the roof this year, but more so with the Jets, especially with that backfield they have and that stingy young defense they got. What do you think about the Jets?
I think the Jets are going to be a sneaky good football team, but I think they finished third in a division because the two teams that's in front of them are going to be just better. The Dolphins and the Bills. I think they're going to just be better. I got them at 9-8. I got them at 9-8. If they hit their ceiling the right way, they can win 12 games just based on how good the defense is going to be. The quarterback is already better than last year. My God, how awful you got to be for Zach Wilson to be as bad as he been last year. That probably cost them the season. You can argue he cost them the season last year, cost them their season last year of him being immature, of the teammates not liking him as much, not holding himself to some criticism after the New England game, after the defense only gave up, I believe, they only gave up the special team touchdown at the end of the game. They only gave up the special teams touchdown. That's how bad Zach Wilson was. It got so bad in the Jaguars game when they played at home, the crowd was booing him, and they had to end up going with Chris Scrabbler as a quarterback throughout the rest of the game because he was so bad. But what I see a little bit more maturity in Zach Wilson this in the preseason and in training camp because of Aaron Rodgers coming in the building. I see it looks like he's more mature and everything else, but that defense is going to be good, man. Quentin Williams is a monster inside on that defense. Sauce Gardner, who's an all-pro as a rookie, coming out of Cincinnati. Their problem. They got Adrian Amos. That's a big help for them coming from the Green Bay Packers. They got a lot of good players on that defense. They got Reed as well. Jaron Reed as well on the defensive side in the secondary. They're really good. They're really talented on the defensive side. And I think that was the bright spot for the New York Jets last year is that defense. Now you switch on the offensive side of the ball. Brees Hall coming off an ACL injury. He was coming. He was on the verge of being the offensive rookie of the year last year. He was on the verge of that. Garrett Wilson is a tough receiver to go against. Alan Lazard defecting from Green Bay, coming over with Aaron Rodgers. He's good. And Corey Joseph retiring. All is well to him. He just hasn't turned out to be a very good receiver in the league. As when he came out, people were high on him, thought he could be a superstar in the league. That just haven't panned out the right way at all. But other than that, this Jets team got a very good high ceiling at 12 wins, but I don't think they're going to reach the ceiling just because Buffalo and Miami, the two teams we just talked about, are going to be like better than they're going to be. They're just as good, just as talented there are. I think the Jets have the better defense. I think they have the better defense, but offensively, I think Buffalo and Miami is just more very good, and their defense can hold their own as well. So I got them at 9-8. My actual prediction for them is 9-8. Not enough to make the playoffs because I believe a team that's going to be better than them make the wild card. Coming out of the AFC North division. But other than that, I think 9-8 is the ceiling. I think 9-8 is right there for me. That's right there for me. The ceiling is 12. The floor is they don't make the playoffs at all, which I don't think they make the playoffs at all.
I completely agree about the Jets. I mean, I'm not buying that they're automatically a Super Bowl contender because Aaron Rodgers is there now. I do buy that they're way better than what they were in previous years because Aaron Rodgers is there, but I just don't think they're a Super Bowl contender. They got a great young defense there and a great backfield, like I said. Brees Hall, I think when he's fully healthy, is going to make a big difference for him. McCole Hardman, like I said, coming on over from Kansas City is going to help out. And Aaron Rodgers is very familiar with Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb as well. I think Robert Saleh is a really good head coach for the Jets. I think he has them battling it out as well. So really, I mean, it's easy to see why the Jets have been the media darlings. But, like, you got to remember two things about Aaron Rodgers. Number one, he's going to be 40 years old this year. You don't see a lot. The only quarterback that I know that played into his 40s is Brady, and that's it. Brett Favre tried to do it, and he almost got himself killed. All right? You just don't do that. This might be the last time that we see Aaron Rodgers for an NFL season. And secondly, the Jets gave up a king's ransom of draft picks just to get Aaron Rodgers to come on over there. So this to me seems like very high risk, high reward for the Jets here. And that really is where my ceiling and floor falls with them, just with that alone. Because like I said, with I don't remember who it was with, but basically I said for another team, their biggest strength is their biggest weakness. That's also with you can apply that with the Jets as well. Or I said it with Miami, but you can apply that with the Jets just as easily because my ceiling with the Jets, Aaron Rodgers plays at MVP level even at 40 years old, despite having a bad 2022 season, and the defense lives up to every bit as advertised. Brees Hall stays healthy. The run game shines through. This is a team that can win about 12 games and I think makes the AFC Championship. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender, but I think they can win a couple playoff games. My floor with them is because of Aaron Rodgers as well. He has more than enough talent to succeed, but you got to know he's 40 years old, and I think he's one good, clean hit away from possibly having his career ended, coincidentally enough, in the same way that Brett Favre did. And then even though we talked about Zach Wilson and the maturity that he's made, he's just shown that he's just simply not the guy for the Jets. And if Aaron Rodgers goes down, I think the Jets are just done. So my floor with the Jets is that the hype-up season completely backfires on them. I see them winning about 6 games for their floor. But my record prediction for the Jets, same as yours. I think this is about a 9-win team. they make it very competitive in the AFC East. They either make the playoffs or barely miss it.
Yep, I definitely agree with you. I think they 8-9, a 9-8 team, and I just think the Dolphins are and the Bills are just better than they are. I think that's how they would actually miss the playoffs.
That's right. All right, let's head on to the wrong side of Pennsylvania now as we talk about the Philadelphia Eagles, who are coming off a Super Bowl loss. But honestly, the Eagles are probably just as strong, if not stronger, than last year. And I think everyone is hyping them up to be playing in February once again. What do you think about the Eagles?
The Eagles could be possibly better than last year team. They can be possibly better than last year team. We won't know that till they touch the field and to see that they get if they get there. But starting with the draft, this is how the Eagles all season start. They lose in the game against the Kansas City Chiefs. The draft comes, and they lose C.J. Gardner Johnson, and now everything ain't starting right. They lose Javon Hargraves to the 49ers, which is I will let him walk too. That's a lot of money to pay him, 82 mil. But you got depth on the defensive line. You still got the depth on the defensive line, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, and you got Jordan Davis, who they just drafted last year. But you go to the draft, and you know Jalen Carter before that situation was the number one, probably going to be the number one overall pick. He slips to number 10. And who's there at number 10 getting him? The Philadelphia Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles is right there picking him up at number 10. And you got a potential number one overall pick that drops to 10 with the Philadelphia Eagles. So you already got him on the defensive line now. They get Nolan Smith at 30, who was potential post to be a top 10 pick in the draft. You get him. You get two steals at 30 right then and there. You get two steals automatic at 30 and number 10. So you go back, you get Kelly Ringo, who's going to be a developing safety, developing corner. You don't know if he's a safety or a corner, but you got DeAndre Swift. You steal him from the Lions. You just got him basically for nothing. You got him basically for nothing. You got him basically for free. That's what you basically actually got him for, DeAndre Swift. Due to the fact they already got the best offensive line, probably one of the best, this top two best offensive line in football. You add DeAndre Swift, Rashad Penny into that. Boston Scott, the Giants killer up in there. And Jalen Hurts coming off a great year, a resurgent year. AJ Brown is he did Tennessee so bad. The next day, you damn near had him tested. They got him tested to see is he taking something. So Devontae Smith, you got him as 1,000-yard wide receiver as well. The only question you can make sure of is you don't have a third wide receiver. Who can you trust at that third wide receiver spot? That's literally the only question about the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, the defensive line is a strength. The secondary is definitely a strength with the two corners with Darius Slay and James Bradbury. The safety position, think they may need to make a run at another safety at that. But other than that, this is the same team. Philadelphia team that made the Super Bowl, but probably better because of the draft in the offseason, man. This team is really good. This team can easily 14-3, easily 14 wins, easily the best team in the NFC East. So this I got the Eagles at 13-4, but you can easily say 15-2. It's the ceiling for them. You can easily say that 15-2 is a ceiling for them, but I'm gonna say 13-4. 13-4. I think they will lose a lot of games, lose a couple of close games that they're not supposed to lose. I will say they lose a wake up game, so a team will wake them up and hit them when it's not expected at. But other than that, I think they go 13-4, and I think they're a Super Bowl contender.
Absolutely. I mean, Philly just has one of the most unfair teams in the league. I mean, everything from their offense with Jalen Hurts just turning in the season that he had, and that pass defense, which is just unbelievable. You know, I mean, I know it faltered a little bit against Kansas City in the Super Bowl, but I can forgive that considering the quarterback that they had to go up against. But still, I mean, the Eagles are just in such great shape. I mean, They did lose free agents along the way. Like they lost former Steeler Javon Hargrave, Miles Sanders. They lost Isaac Seumalo went to us. So
Yep.
that was a huge addition to us, which I'll get into in a little bit. And TJ Edwards, they were shown the door, but they did keep a lot. If they basically kept the same O-line they had going into last year, and they added it with DeAndre Swift on draft day. They got Terrell Edmonds from us, so we pretty much did an exchange with them with Seumalo, Zach Cunningham, and Miles Jack now, which Miles Jack isn't great. I'm just saying it right now, Philly fans. He isn't great, but he can be beneficial to you. And then, of course, stealing Jalen Carter. I mean, that was just that just shows how much of a wizard Howie Roseman is. I don't get why Philly fans hate him so much. He is a phenomenal GM.
Yep.
He's one of the best in the league. I mean, the Eagles, like I said, yeah, they lost pieces, but you can make an argument that they're actually better than last year.
Yes. Yep.
They really are. I see literally no weaknesses on this team at all.
I don't.
And yeah, my prediction for them, I think they win 14 more games this year. I think they go 14-3. They break the cycle of no team, repeating as NFC champs for the first time in 20 years. They're going to break their own cycle, But get ready for this. My ceiling for them, 17-0. I think I'm dead serious. I think they are perfectly capable of winning every game on their schedule and winning the Super Bowl. So basically, my absolute ceiling for the Eagles is they're the second perfect team in NFL history. Man. My floor for them is almost the complete opposite. They have a massive Super Bowl hangover because now, I mean, usually Super Bowl hangover is something I noticed it happens to the losing team.
Yep.
And it can easily happen to Philly because now there's tape on Jalen Hurts at the same time. They might miss, some of the O-line that they lost. And just having that running back, that run offense that they had just seems to make them predictable. So, I mean, my floor for them is that they finish probably 8 or 9 wins, a big drop-off, obviously, because now you got Dallas and the Giants nipping at their ankles, and they have a lot of tough competition. So I think it would take a massive Super Bowl hangover for Philly to miss the playoffs this year, which is my floor for them. But I don't think they have to worry about that. This Eagle team is just set this year.
Yep. And you know what? I'm not gonna blast you for 17-0 because they damn near went 16-1 last year. They damn near Jalen Hurts was hurt the last 2 games. They could have went 16-1. They were like 14-3. So they lost against the Saints. They lost against the Cowboys and Saints. So they could have been 16-1 if Jalen Hurts played football the last couple of games. So you're not that far off. If they're a healthy team and Jalen Hurts was healthy, they could have been 16-1. That was a possibility last year before they lost to the Saints and Cowboys. You're not that far off if they hit the ceiling.
Absolutely, man. All right. The moment everybody's been waiting for. My team, 3 hours, coming up on 4 hours, but I finally paid patience. We got my Pittsburgh Steelers. Lots of headlines in the offseason for us. Omar Khan's first full season as GM. To put it at a minimum, he hit it out of with the O-line. I mentioned with Isaac Seumalo coming on over here. Nailed the draft.
Yeah.
Traded up with New England at 14 to get Broderick Jones, which I'm saying right now, my honest opinion, Broderick Jones, if you're going to start him, I'd start.
Yep.
I'm not, no disrespect to the Texans, but if you're going to start the first 3 opponents or the first 3 pass rushers that he would have to go up against. Nick Bosa week 1, Myles Garrett week 2, Max Crosby week 3. Those are elite to great pass rushers in the league that you're throwing a rookie left tackle into the fire right there. So I would start Dan Moore at least for the first couple weeks of the season. You draft Peasy Jr. from the Chicago Bears pretty much with the Claypool trade. Kenny Pickett has made phenomenal progress in training camp in the preseason. And every time our first team offense was on the field in preseason, it resulted in touchdown drives. George Pickens, by far the best receiver on this team. Deontay Johnson has to step it up too with getting paid all that money that he had to start off last year. He had 0 touchdowns last year, which is obviously just inexcusable. Najee Harris has to have a big year this year because, he had back-to-back 1,000-yard rush seasons in his first few seasons in the league, especially behind the O-line that he had, which sounds like a dub. But a lot of Steeler fans are starting to give up on him, actually, and I actually understand why. Because you got Jaylen Warren, who has that explosiveness factor in the backfield, showed against the preseason game against the Bills a 62-yard touchdown run. Exhibition or not, I have not seen a rushing touchdown by us be that long since Super Bowl 40 when Willie Parker busted it out against the Seahawks. Defense needed a lot of upgrades as well. Especially with the pass defense. You got Minka locked up. You got TJ locked up. You locked up Alex Highsmith a couple weeks ago as well. So your edge rush right there is all set. Then, of course, you get Keanu Benton in the draft, who's going to be like a great nose tackle for us. He gives me Casey Big Snacks Hampton sort of vibes. He's just going to be a big guy up the middle, stopping the run. You get Nick Herbig, great addition right there to the linebacking core. He had 6 sacks in the preseason. Great pickup and great value right there as well. And then, of course, now Desmond King comes from Yin's guys over to us and pretty much the Kendrick Green trade, which I knew we weren't going to roll with 2 punters. It was another addition by subtraction sort of thing. If you saw my 53-man roster review I put out a couple of days ago. And now you have a really good problem to have as far as your pass defense goes because we know Elijah Riley can play like that nickel and slot corner type of position. But now you get Desmond King, who can pretty much do the same thing. And Elijah Riley is also a really good swing piece as far as your safety goes because you need someone to, be opposite of Minkah Fitzpatrick, who better be on the field for every single down because he's your free safety. A lot of Steeler fans were saying that it was going to be Keanu Neal. A lot of Steeler fans were saying that it was going to be Damonte Kazee, who really stepped up to the range well last year. But now you add in Desmond King, who can play that corner slot, and you can platoon Elijah Riley, even call up Trey Norwood a little bit, who has that same capability. It's a really good problem to have that we have on the pass defense now. Omar Khan, living up to his last name, he really is the con man, which is what we call him over here in Pittsburgh. We call him the con man. And now you factor in TJ Watt's going to be healthy for most of the season because I'm not using it as an excuse, but the Steelers were 2-6 halfway through last year, finished up 7-2. The defense looks significantly different with TJ Watt on and off the field. But then, of course, you got Alex Highsmith turning in 14.5 sacks last year, a breakout year for him last year. So, in short, because, in case you can't tell, I was going first for this one. I wanted to say what was on my mind before I let you go. But in short, I have a lot of expectations for the Steelers this year. And in order for them to really reach their potential, these 3 things need to happen. Number 1, Kenny Pickett needs to avoid the sophomore slump. He can avoid that easily because now he has much more weapons at his disposal. I love the Darnell Washington pick. He's been lighting it up in the preseason and training camp as well. He's going to be our 6th guy on the O-line pretty much because he has that blocking ability. Number 2, Mike Tomlin has to work with this kind of talent as well. He's never had a losing season, and now it took like a quick retooling year pretty much just to get the Steelers back to being competitive again. And finally, number 3, we have to be able to use our depth, because we were not using any of our depth last year for a good portion of the season, because like we were so reliant on our first team starters on both sides of the ball. But now Omar Khan comes in, makes all these moves, and he makes our incredibly thin depth even better. So if the Steelers can do those 3 things this year, I think this is head and shoulders a playoff team. I really do. We barely missed the playoffs last year. We went 9-8 last year, a year where no one thought we'd do anything, which I'm not in love with a 9-8 record, okay? I'm not in love with that. But considering what we had and we barely missed the playoffs, it would have been awesome for these young guys to have at least one playoff game under their belt. But now we built off of that, and I think we're ready to compete in this division again. Are we as good as Cincinnati? Probably not. But I think we can be better than Baltimore and Cleveland this year. So my prediction for the Steelers, and it all starts, Sunday. We play the 49ers. That's going to be a physical type of football game, which if you're like me, if you love defense, that's your kind of game right there. So my prediction for the Steelers, honestly, I think we up our record by 2 more games. I think we can win 11 games this year. Possibly, I think we can make the playoffs this year. And I think our ceiling, if we play all our cards right and absolutely everything goes right this year, those 3 things happen that I mentioned happens, I think we can win 2 more games, a 13-win team, and I think we can win a playoff game. I don't think we're good enough to make the championship yet, but I think the furthest we go is probably divisional. But our floor, let's say Kenny Pickett struggles and the sophomore slump is real. Najee Harris continues to dance around in the backfield. The absolute worst case scenario, TJ gets hurt and has to miss a significant amount of time again, and the pass defense suffers. Patrick Peterson shows his age. Peasy Jr. gets manhandled in coverage and rookies, which I'm expecting him to look like a rookie. Broderick Jones has some rookie mistakes as far as the left tackle spot goes, and the offensive line just doesn't live up to par, and the AFC North gets the best of us again because we play an incredibly tough division. So I think our floor is Mike Tomlin's first losing season with 7 or 8 wins. So those are my thoughts on the Steelers, our absolute ceiling, and I plan on using this as a timestamp for a video that I'm just going to put out, later Monday or so. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the Steelers this year?
I like the Steelers, man. I like the Steelers this year. I'm very high on them. And as me, I'm a big Mike Tomlin fan. I'm a fan of his, the way he coaches, the way the team, no matter, how big of a drop off people may think they have, they're going to always find a way to play hard. And, Mike Tomlin is one of the most respected, the organizations as a whole is one of the most respected organizations. 3 head coach within, I believe, 30 years for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's very good, man. Very good consistency. 55 years. That's very good. Consistency. They pay very patient with coaches. I really like it. They don't got to go through the backfire of hiring this coach, firing the next coach, hiring this coach. They very much their patient organization. And like you said, y'all hit this draft right on the head. Broderick Jones, one of the top offensive linemen coming up out of the draft. You got him. He's going to be very big, especially coming from that Georgia front. Keanu Benton. You got Keanu Benton, who's very good from Wisconsin, man. Keanu Benton is gonna someone that's gonna stuff the middle along with Alex Highsmith and T.J. Watt. Joey Porter, very good. I like Joey Porter, very good sound, and it's very good of him going up against Kenny, going up against George Pickens. Even though the catch by George Pickens with viral, but that's competition.
Oh, yeah.
that was actually great defense. George Pickens just went up and made a play in the football. That wasn't a bad defensive play.
Yeah, like if you actually look at the footage,
yes,
his coverage is perfect.
Yes.
You got to give it to the receiver sometimes. That was a phenomenal catch by Pickens.
Yes. He went up and just made a play on the football. Joey Porter was right there every step of the way with him. He didn't get beat. He didn't get burnt. It just Pickett. It just Kenny Pickens. I mean, just Pickens. George Pickens just making a play on the football and just made a spectacular play. So I'm expecting him to make a huge jump. He's going to be one of these great receivers in this league. I actually was high on George Pickens. He had a little injury history coming out. That's the reason why he dropped the way he did. But the Steelers got a very good one, and I like Joey Porter Jr. I like Joey Porter Jr. And plus, one of my biggest guys that I like coming out of Wisconsin, Nick Herbig. I'm a big fan of the guy, man. Wisconsin has a very good tradition, man, over there. Defensive linemen and linebackers over there. They guys come out and perform right away. And Darrell Washington from Georgia looks really good, man, in the passing game, in the blocking game, in the run game as well. So the Steelers, man, I like the Steelers, man. I'm a big Mike Tomlin guy, and I got respect for the organization. I'm actually high on them, man. Like I said, I got them at 10 wins. The ceiling for them, everything break right, they can get 12 or 11 wins. But it's all Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett makes that next jump. Steelers going to be fine. They're going to be good. I need Deontay Johnson to be more consistent, as a wide receiver. But I think the ceiling is great for the Pittsburgh Steelers as being on the defensive side. And if Kenny Pickett can take that next jump this season, I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be 10 wins. And that's my third wild card team right there. I think they can actually sneak a wild card spot right there. So, and they can be a tough out. When they get in the playoffs, they can be a tough out, and they can be one of them annoying teams. When they get hot, they can go to an AFC championship game. It's all about when you get in the playoffs, everything start over. The hottest team wins. The hottest team wins in any sport. What if it's baseball, basketball? Hottest team is going to win, especially in baseball. The hottest team that gets there, they're going to win. They're going to win and get there. And I think the Steelers are one of these teams that nobody will want to see in a playoff stretch. Nobody will want to see going into a playoff stretch or play in the playoffs because they're going to have an opportunity. But Kenny Pickett, if he can take that next jump, I think the Steelers will be something to see as being a Steelers fan like yourself and just be me respecting the organization and Mike Tomlin. If he was I think Mike Tomlin, it was people last year when they were struggling saying, should Mike Tomlin be on a hot seat? Hell no. He should allow to lead the organization whenever he gets ready to lead the organization. He should be allowed to go out on his own terms. That's how respected he should be. So I'm high on the Steelers, man. I love the Steelers. I love what they're doing as an organization.
Yeah, Tomlin's with us until at least 2025 because that's when his contract expires. So, you know us. I mean, the only thing I don't like about us is that we don't fire head coaches or that we don't fire coaches in general, which is it's a double-edged sword. Like if this guy is working out, then obviously you're not going to fire him. But if he's not working out, no, we're just going to wait for the contract to conveniently expire and then let him walk. But like Tomlin is extended until at least 2025. So we'll just see how it goes from there. But yeah, like definitely I am super pumped about the season to begin, man. And now let's go on to the perfect transition. Our week 1 opponent, who are the San Francisco 49ers, coming off a NFC Championship blowout loss to the Eagles, and some really big recent news with them. They traded Trey Lance to the Dallas Cowboys, so it looks like Brock Purdy is going to be their starter for the season. It looks like they're that confident with him. So what do you think about the 49ers?
I think the 49ers are still going to be the same team as they've been last year. I think they're one of the teams that you can expect to compete for a Super Bowl in the NFC and compete for the NFC title game along with the Philadelphia Eagles. Can Brock Purdy make that next jump? Not expected. Wasn't really supposed to play last year. He only played because I'll say Trey Lance got injured and Jimmy Garoppolo, but he got his opportunity and he capitalized on it. and he was very good. Won him 8 games, including 2 playoff games. Unfortunately, he got knocked out versus the Philadelphia Eagles. Comes back. He struggles in training camp, throws the most interceptions in training camp, like 10 interceptions in training camp, including 3 in joint practices. So he's already off to a bad start. But other than that, he showed enough. To get the organization sold up on him. The defense is going to be legit. Yes, they lost C.J. Mosley. They did lose. Lose Jimmy Ward to my Houston Texans, but their defense is still going to be good. Their defensive line gotten better with Javon Hargraves and Bosa. You still got to pay Bosa. There's still some questions. Will they pay Bosa? I believe they will get that deal done soon. I believe they would get that deal done. They will find a way to do it, but their defensive line is real scary to go up against. Deebo Samuel, who's one of the probably one, like, as a football player and an athlete, he's really good. He's one of the top athletes in the NFL for us. Running back, playing running back. Playing receiver. As a receiver, he's no more than like top 15 in the league as a receiver by himself. But he's a very good piece to have, versatile piece. Brandon Ayuk took a great step up. They got some very good running backs as well. I really like this 49ers team. George Kittle, you can argue he can be either the best tight end in the league or one of the top. He's definitely number 2. He's definitely a top 2 tight end in the league because of his pass ability to catch and block at the same time. So that will make him probably, if you want to say he's the best tight end, you can definitely say that. But he's definitely a top 2 tight end. I believe this team is the same team. They're gonna be very good on defense. They're gonna be very good on offense. They're gonna be very good in the run game. This is a team that's going to be really, really good. Going to be really, really good. And they definitely a championship contender in the NFC. And they're going to definitely be probably one of the teams that's going to compete with the Eagles for the NFC pennant race. So the record for me, I got them at 12-5. The floor for them, if Brock Purdy is not the Brock Purdy that we expect, that we saw last year throughout those 8 games, including 2 playoff games, it can turn into an outright disaster for them. I think they can easily go from a 12-win team to at least an 8 or 9-win team if Brock Purdy doesn't have a solid season and he is not expected to be the quarterback of this team. This team can turn into sour real quick if it's not that, but got confidence in that. They're going to be a very good team. They're going to be 12. They're going to be a 12-win team. I got them 12-5.
Absolutely, man. You can't count out the 49ers. They are one of the premier teams in the NFC, and I think really they're the only team in the NFC as of right now that can really compete with the Philadelphia Eagles. Like I said, I mean, like, the thing about Brock Purdy is that he's shown that he can win games, for the 49ers. He had a really great run for them, when his number was called up, and it's just a really good feel-good story. But, like, I don't know if Brock Purdy is able to find, like, I really don't know if, like, people are – if he's able to, like, step up to, like, when teams are starting to figure out his scheme, you know what I mean? Because, like, any kind of because Kyle Shanahan's a really good head coach and he works great with quarterbacks in particular, which is why Jimmy Garoppolo looked really solid when his stint was there in San Francisco. But of course, you gotta considering the fact he's also got Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and that stacked defense as well. So it's like, is Brock Purdy the real deal, or is he a byproduct of just having a great team around him as well? They did add Javon Hargrave, who's going to really help out the pass rush and that rush defense as well. They losing Jimmy Ward, I think, will sting a little bit as well. And I think kind of like banking on a pipeline after losing Mike McGlinchey and Daniel Brunskill might be able, to booster up the O-line a little bit. But overall, I still think the 49ers are in good enough shape to make another good playoff run. I got them winning 12 games is my prediction for them. I think they win the NFC West again, but it won't be as easy this time because of the next team that we're going to talk about. But yeah, my ceiling for the 49ers, I think, is everyone else's. I think they can win about two more games for their ceiling, win 14 games. And I think they go to the Super Bowl and they can win it. That's my ceiling. I think they're Super Bowl champions as far as the ceiling goes. For the floor, it all depends. Can Brock Purdy avoid another serious injury? And what do they have as far as the backups go? Because I think for as good as the 49ers are, they are a quarterback injury away from really flunking this season as a whole. And we don't know if Brock Purdy is going to make the cut for them for a full season now, even though he had a huge run for last year. So my floor for the 49ers is Brock Purdy's health. If he gets injured and has to miss long term, they're going to start losing some games. I think their floor is about 5 or 6 wins.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think if it's get bad, I think it's about 8 or 7 wins, or even up in the area that you say. If it gets bad and Brock Purdy is not the guy, I think that's how. If he's not the guy, it can get turned really ugly. But like I say, like have the confidence that they're gonna definitely be have be a 12-win team and win the division.
That's right. And now we'll talk about, in my opinion, the second most improved team in the NFL this year behind Philly, and that is the Seattle Seahawks. So Geno Smith is their guy moving forward, it looks like, and they got him on a pretty reasonable short-term extension without being too exorbitant. And they nailed the draft picks that they got from the Denver Broncos, and they're coming off a playoff appearance, albeit they got blown out by the 49ers in the wild card. But the Seahawks are on the rise. What do you think about them?
Yep, I got that's my third wild card team in the NFC. I got the Cowboys, the Lions, and the Seahawks. I think they're gonna win 11 games. I got 11 and 6. I'm that higher on the Seahawks. They had a very outstanding season last year, especially for Geno Smith. You were thinking his career would be up on a downfall, but he stayed up in there. He worked his butt off, and you saw how it paid off last year by leading the Seattle Seahawks to the playoffs. Their defense, I thought, was solid. Was solid. They had a very great rookie in Tyreek Woolen, who they got in the 6th round. Their running back, Kenneth Walker, I think won Offensive Player Rookie of the Year last year, was very impressive. I thought the backup running back, they hit that right on the head with Zach Charbonnet coming out of UCLA. They hit that right on the head. The cornerback situation, Devin Weatherspoon, they hit that right up on the head. Who was the second best, who was probably the best, who's the best cornerback in the draft this coming out of this year. Their offensive line is very much improved because they were able to run the football last year. Their receiving core is really good. Tyler Lockett is always consistent. DK Metcalf is a grown man out there, and also you have Jackson Smith-Njigba, who you drafted in the 1st round. He's going to be a very good receiving threat. He's going to probably be out for a couple of weeks, but they also got an undrafted who made the team, Jake Bobo, who was really good for him out of UCLA. He was really good for him in the preseason. So I'll say I think this team is going to be an 11-win team. I'm very hyped on the Seattle Seahawks team. Nobody expected them to be as good as they were last year, and especially for Geno Smith was in a quarterback battle with Drew Lock. With Drew Lock last year, Pete Carroll ended up choosing the right quarterback. But and again, can he duplicate it this year? I think they would be. I think they're one of these sneaky good teams in the NFC. They may be a dark horse to challenge for the NFC title game with another year up under their belt. So again, don't think they will make it. But I think that will be a dark horse to challenge for that. So I definitely got them in second place in the division. Definitely got them in a wild card spot at 11 and 6.
I agree, man. I'm high on the Seahawks as well. This is another team that's going to put up a lot of points this year. And like I said, they're the second most improved team in the league this year behind Philly, just because of how well they use their draft picks, man. They got Geno Smith, a lot of weapons over there. They improved the backfield and they improved the defense as well. Not to like the second coming of the Legion of Boom, but it's still good enough for them to be considered one of the top teams in the NFC. And of course, Pete Carroll is still there. I think he is a lot better of a coach than what people give him credit for. And, you know, Geno Smith was a wonderful surprise last year. I mean, everyone thought that he was out on the back burner, like you said, but he he only had a comeback player of the year type of season. So I think sky's the limit for the Seahawks. I honestly think they can match the 49ers in wins because I just think they're that good. But I think the 49ers will get it on a tiebreaker with them. But still, Seattle is just going to be a really good team. They're my first wild card in the NFC this year. So my ceiling for the Seahawks is, I think, one more win for them. 13 is my win for the Seahawks this year. And hey, you know, Pete Carroll did it once. He could probably do it again. I think if the Seahawks really do things right, you could see them in the NFC Championship game. That's my ceiling for them. My floor for them is, well, maybe Geno Smith just, you know, cools down a little bit and the rookies just, again, go through growing pains. They still can't beat the 49ers, and they go up against some tougher competition because they play the AFC North this year. Those are four tough games right there. So it's going to be up to them to like really show if they're legit or not in the NFC. But I think at the worst, 6 or 7 is their floor this year. But I really like the direction the Seahawks are headed. I got them at 12 wins this year.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I think they definitely gonna be a threat in the NFC due to the NFC is not as strong. So I definitely think they're gonna cause problems.
Absolutely. Now on to the wow, what a transition
Yep.
from one of the most improved teams to, in my opinion, the team that had possibly the worst offseason aside from Arizona, and that is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They did more than just lose Tom Brady, but now they pretty much have a JV team down there in Tampa Bay. What's your opinion for the Bucks?
I think for the Bucks, I think I don't think they're gonna win a lot this year. I think as talent wise, they're okay. They're not as bad, but I don't think they're gonna be very good. I still don't think they're gonna be very good. I still think the Panthers, the Atlanta Falcons, we know the Saints are better. I don't think they're going to be very good. And this one of these teams again, they're going to have a top tier pick in the draft. At least a top 10, top 8 pick, 7 pick in the draft. I think they're going to be very bad. Mike Evans is on a trade block right now. It don't seem like he wants a contract extension. I don't know if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers wasn't going to pay him that. If I was Mike Evans, I would want out of that situation. I wouldn't want to play for Tampa Bay. He gave it everything he's got all those years. He's been a 1,000-yard receiver since he's been in the league. He's been one of the most consistent 1,000-yard receiver being in the league since he came out of A&M. I think it's time for a fresh start and somewhere where he can go somewhere where he can actually play and compete at. Chris Godwin has a injury history, and also when he's on the field, a history of drops. Russell Gage has not proven to be that third receiver that I thought he could be coming out of Atlanta. The quarterback situation, Baker Mayfield wins that job. I guess Kyle Trask was just that bad in the preseason and training camp for Baker Mayfield just to beat him out. So other than that, and Todd Bowles, don't like him as a head coach. He's a very good defensive coordinator, but not a very good head coach in the NFL. And I think this should be the last hoorah of him being a head coach. Every time he becomes a head coach of a team, the team just not as good when he becomes a head coach. He just doesn't get the best out of players. He's just not a motivator. He's just not a very good head coach. Defensive coordinator, he's really good. He's really good as a defensive coordinator. And like I say, there's nothing wrong with being a coordinator or OC. It's nothing wrong with that. It just doesn't mean you're just not good as a head coach. And that's just one of the coaches that's well respected around the league as a defensive coordinator and a defensive guru, just not as a head coach. They got some upside on the defensive side, but there always some injury riddle on the defensive side, or with Antoine Winfield, who's one of the top rated safeties in the league. Carlton Davis over there, who always stays hurt. But other than that, I think they're a 6-win team. I got them 6-11. I think they're a 6-win team. Don't think they're very good. I think they will have a top tier pick in the draft, like at 7, 8. They're going to be picking in the top 10. I'm going to just say that they're going to be picking in the top 10. And I just think it's time for a fresh start for Mike Evans. And I just think they need to blow it up and just blow. I just think that they need to blow it up and start a rebuild all over. I think the championship era is definitely over. They tried to keep the window open as long as they could, but I think the championship ceiling is now over. And I think if Baker Mayfield is not the quarterback, and I think he's definitely going to struggle with Kyle Trask not being able to beat him out, I think that's another team you can see in a quarterback sweepstakes next year.
Absolutely. Not only is the championship window shut, it's slam shut for them because they moved on from Leonard Fournette, Julio Jones, Donovan Smith, Raheem Nunez, Mike Edwards, and Logan Ryan. So pretty much like the Rams, the Bucs are just now in a position to where they just need to blow it up, start over, and just start stacking up on draft capital because they need it. I mean, it's nice that they want to be a little bit competitive just because of the division that they play in. So that's why Baker Mayfield's there, in my opinion. But when Baker Mayfield is now on his third team in less than a year, that just shows. And his second team in the same division, too, I may add, because he was with Carolina last year. So his third team in less than a year, that just shows that Tampa Bay is just in for a rough year this year and for a rough couple of years as well. Mike Evans did not have a good year last year. And if that was any kind of indicator about where this team's going to be in the foreseeable future, I don't know what was, because now they don't have Tom Brady anymore. And now with they still have a good defense, but again, with so many other teams, a good defense isn't going to win you many games. It's going to keep you in games, but you need to score in today's league. And the Bucs, they just don't have that same firepower that they had. So definitely flush it and just start all over again for the Bucs. So I think this is my last team that is probably going to be in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes. I have them finishing last in the NFC South this year. My record for them is 4-13, the second worst record in the NFC, only in front of Arizona, possibly the Rams too. But yeah, the Bucs are just not going to have a good year. But let's say for the ceiling, Baker Mayfield turns the clock back to a couple years ago and he performs like he did in 2020, maybe even his rookie year, because he was pretty solid in his rookie year. And maybe Mike Evans can have a bounce back year and the defense holds strong. I can see Tampa winning about maybe 6-7 games, just being competitive, just being mediocre. But let's say that I think my record prediction for them is just one game away from their absolute floor. I think their floor is about 3 wins. I mean, I just don't think Tampa's just going to be very good at all. They're definitely going to be a top 5 pick, maybe even top 3. So that's just the gist with Tampa. They're going to be drafting in the first 5 picks.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you.
Okay, 2 teams left. Next up, we got the Tennessee Titans, as they're kind of a strange team. Like they have a quarterback problem, but they're kind of in a situation to where they're not good enough to make the playoffs, but they're not bad enough to tank, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on them?
I think they're going to be one of those teams that this year you don't know which Titans team you're going to get. I think that's what one of those teams is. Like you said, they won't be bad enough to have a top pick in the draft. They won't be bad enough to tank at all. Due to they getting DeAndre Hopkins, that tells you they won't be bad enough to even be in a tanking situation. They're still trying to keep the winning ceiling open. Ryan Tannehill coming back with a full season. You got Treylon Burks, who disappointed as a rookie, who they kind of traded AJ Brown for last year. Basically, they did that, traded AJ Brown for Treylon Burks last year, which was a massive mistake. They didn't want to pay AJ Brown, and he left, and he became better with the Philadelphia Eagles. Derrick Henry is the stalking question. Is Derrick Henry losing a lot right now? I don't think so. He had 1,500 yards last year. Teams are going to be stacking the box a little more. DeAndre Hopkins still proved that he can be a top tier receiver in the league due to his limited actions last year with Arizona, him being frustrated with the organization, and him and Kyler Murray, not really being on the same page. I think he's happy to leave that situation. The defensive line, pretty much for the Tennessee Titans, that's very good. Defensive line is very good. Just don't think the secondary is really good. I don't think the secondary is really as good. I think the defensive line is really legit, can get to the quarterback. I like what Tennessee got on that defensive line. I'm not a big fan, not outside of DeAndre Hopkins, not a big fan of the receiving core. I'm a big fan of the tight end, though. That tight end is actually good that they got. But I'm not a big fan of the secondary that they got. But I think they're going to be competitive. I got them an 8-win team. I think they can win 8 games. I got them 8-9. I got them 8-9 as an official record in second place in the AFC South. They're ceiling if they everything hits right. DeAndre Hopkins becomes one of the top tier receivers in the game. If Ryan Tannehill keep his turnovers down and make good decisions with the football, and Derrick Henry can have another big time season, their ceiling is very high. Is a 10-win ceiling. They can very much be a 10-win ceiling and compete with Jacksonville. Their floor, everything goes bad. Ryan Tannehill is frustrated. Ryan Tannehill stinks. They bring in Malik Willis, and everything turns into sugar to shit again. They can be a 6-win team. They can be picking in the top 10 of the draft if the team becomes on the downslide. But I got them 8-9. That's my official record for the Tennessee Titans at 8-9.
That's my record prediction for them too, because I'm not sure exactly what to call them. So I'm just going to call them just a very mediocre team. They got a new GM for one thing, so I think that's an indicator that they may. I mean, the thing with the Titans is that one of two things has to happen for them. They have to either emerge again or they have to downright fall apart. That's what you get with a new GM right there. So that's an indicator, and I just don't think the fans are going to recognize much of the team, but they did a decent enough job to revamp some of the identity that they had on offense, and they improved the defensive line a little bit. They already had a good rush defense, but like that pass defense is very suspect as well, and they can't keep relying on Kevin Byard all the time. I think Pierce Sikorsky was a good first round pick for him, but a bigger, I just don't think it's going to be sufficient enough to really call them an elite defensive team. D-Hop landing, I think, can help out the offense, but he has to play like that top 5 wide receiver level, like you said. And then I can't stress it enough with running backs. I mean, their window of opportunity isn't very high in the league anymore, which is why they can't keep, relying on Derrick Henry so much. And I'll give Ryan Tannehill a little bit of slack. He was injured a lot of last year, so it's going to be interesting to see who they roll with as far as the starting quarterback goes. I think it should still be Tannehill unless they're really confident with Will Levis. But there's just a lot to be determined with Tennessee because I just don't think that they really nailed the draft this year. So 8-9 is my prediction for Tennessee. but I think their ceiling, they can be really good. About 11 wins is my ceiling for them. And I think they can. I think they can honestly make it back to the championship game because they made it there before when everyone was counting them out and they were a Cinderella team. So I mean, they could probably do it again, which is my ceiling for them. My floor, let's face it, they were 7-3 last year, leading the South, and they lost out. So like that streak continues for a little bit, and Tannehill gets injured again. Derrick Henry gets stopped dead in his tracks. Will Levis is forced to be the starter, and the defense just gets shredded once again. I think you're looking at a floor of about 5 wins. So that's my prediction for Tennessee.
Yep, I definitely agree with you on that.
All right, and then concluding this, wow, 4.5 hours in. If yins are all still tuning in, hey man, yins guys are troopers because I'm about to fall asleep here. But yeah, if you turned it off, if you turned it off, I don't blame you one bit. That's just what happens when great minds think alike, you know. But
Yep, you lying.
rounding it out, we got the Washington Commanders, who may not be the most talented team, but they took a massive dub in the offseason because Dan Snyder sold the team
Yep.
finally. So what do you think about Washington?
We're just losing Dan Snyder. That's a win of his own on the all season. That's a kind of a win on it.
Oh, yeah.
Right there. But other than that, after they lost him, you may think they won a Super Bowl the way they beat the Ravens in the preseason game. You thinking they won the Super Bowl after that? After that, that's felt good of losing Dan Snyder. But other than that, again, I think the Commanders they can be a pretty streaky football team. Like Sam Howell getting his first glimpse of NFL action. Looked pretty good in the preseason. The one game that he did play last year looked pretty good versus Dallas at the end of last year, that last game. Terry McLaurin, who's an underrated wide receiver. When you're losing so much and when you're playing with bad quarterback play, you don't get recognized like Terry McLaurin doesn't. So, again, Jahan Dotson was really good for him last year. That could be a very scary 1-2 tandem at wide receiver. Their secondary, they were 29th in the league last year in secondary. That got to be cleaned up. They did draft Emmanuel Forbes, who has some very good upside out of Mississippi State, who did very well. They did very well this offseason. The defensive line, legit. Defensive line just scary. One of the best defensive lines in all of football. That's a scary defensive line. If Chase Young is every bit of himself like he was the first year, you got a scary 1-3-1 punch right there with Deron Payne, Jones, Jonathan Allen, and all of those guys. Sweat, Montez Sweat, and all those guys. That's a scary defensive line to go against. The passing game on the defensive side of the ball, secondary got to be a lot better. Secondary cannot be more worse than what they were last year. That was probably one of the worst secondaries in the National Football League. I still think they'd be one of those streaky teams. Well, one of those teams that you don't know what team you're gonna get. Watch the Commander team that you're gonna get every Sunday. I think they're gonna. I'm going with a record of 8-9. Last place in the division because the Giants, Cowboys, and Eagles are all going to be better teams. Their ceiling, if they hit their ceiling the right way, it's easily they can get 10 wins. I'm gonna say at best 10 wins, but I'm going 8-9 for the Washington Commanders.
Those are my exact thoughts as well, man. I think this is about an 8-win team right here. They're very physical up front. Like you said, they got a great defensive line that can cause a lot of pressure. But the thing holding them back, it just seems like the quarterback. It's always a quarterback issue for them. They haven't really had a solid quarterback since Mark Ripon back in the 90s. But like it could have been RG3, but the dude could just never stay healthy. But yeah, they got a new OC on top of that, which I think he can work well with Sam Howell. So we'll just see from there. But again, it's like the pass defense needs to be cleaned up, and I think that's another thing that's holding Washington back as far as their defense goes. And overall, I mean, the only reason I think they finished last in the East is because I just think that they're the least talented team in that division. But, they can still string together a streak here and there, and they can remain competitive in games. So, like, 8-9 is my prediction for Washington. But if everything goes well, I think they can win 10 games, maybe even steal a playoff win at that.
Yeah.
So that's my ceiling for them. My floor for them, it just doesn't work out as far as the offense goes, and it holds them back. I think their floor is about 5 wins. So that's my prediction for Washington.
Facts.
Okay. So that's it for the stream. That is it. Thank you for so much for staying up with us. And Dante, man,
Yep.
thank you so much for taking time out of your day. I had a blast doing this. It was so
Yeah.
fun.
Hey man, it's an honor to collab, man. Happy to be a part of the same network with you. Like I said, I've been following you for a while. Man, you're one of my favorite YouTube guys out there. I love when you put those rant videos out, but the football knowledge, baseball knowledge, hockey knowledge, everything, man. I just love when you do that, man. So, man, I'm just very happy to be collabing with one of my favorite YouTube guys.
Absolutely, man. We get to do it all over again in week 4.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Although it won't be that long, but yeah, man. But yeah, once again, guys, if you haven't done it already, go sub up to Coach Dante. His link is in the description below. Also, sub up to the Snake Stream Network, as every Sunday we will be live to talk about the games and our predictions, as we are part of the Sports Wave Network. Yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to this NFL season. I'm really looking forward to be a part of this community here. Let's get on to it, man.
Let's do it, man.
All right, and this is Mac checking on out for the day. Have a great Labor Day, everyone. It's technically Monday now. It's Monday over here now. Yep. So, yeah, have a great Labor Day, everyone.
Peace out, you guys.